going to be one of the ones we're actually going to get addressed. Every once in a while, Dr. Dayton's going to call me on screen. And again, I'll just kind of look through that list, see which one's got all the thumbs up. And those are the ones that we'll try to make sure she can get to. So that chat feature I just mentioned, also available more for kind of a one-way street for us to give announcements to you. So any kind of announcements about the event and breaks and all that kind of stuff, just check that once in a while. You'll see stuff thrown in there. Materials can be found where you launch the video. I think it's a big blue button, but just a heads up, when you look at those, Dr. Dayton's slides that she's shown live, there'll be slight variations from what you're going to see there initially, because she was kind enough to continue trying to improve these for us all through yesterday. So she's added more good stuff for us. So there'll be a little bit of variation. We will get an updated copy of that available to you. And again, probably something we'll throw in that chat and let you know when those are going to be ready. There's that main hub. There's an FAQ tab there. If you have any tech questions or just want kind of common FAQ, you can go there. And if you have selected one of those upgraded CE packages that includes a copy of the book, just remember, I think there's a big red lettered thing in there, but just a reminder, you're going to get an email in 24 hours or sooner that's going to give you a link to provide your shipping address and claim your book. So, and you can still do that. But if you do that real quick and you really want that, you should still have a little time to upgrade if you want to. So, I think that's it. The announcements at the outset are getting longer. There's so many things to remind everybody of, but now we can get to the good part because we are so very lucky to be joined by Dr. Tian Dayton. Her work has been praised by some of the biggest names in psychotherapy. She is a senior fellow at the Meadows and a nationally renowned speaker, expert, and consultant in trauma, addiction, psychodrama. Dr. Dayton is the director of the New York Psychodrama Training Institute, author of 15 books, including that latest one, Treating Adult Children of Relational Trauma, board certified trainer in psychodrama, sociometry, and group psychotherapy. She spent her decades-long career adapting psychodrama and sociometry for work specifically with relational trauma and addictions. You may have seen her. She's been a guest expert on all kinds of places. NBC, CNN, MSNBC, other major media outlets. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and call Dr. Dayton on screen and turn you all over to her for the training.
Hi, Ryan. Hello, everybody, and welcome to spending a day together talking about psychodrama, sociometry, and sociometrics. And I want to first of all, tell you how very happy I am to be here with you today, sharing this, having done this book with Pessy. That is, if you're someone who's inventing something, and this has been a 30-year work in progress, it keeps changing and growing. So this is the most recent and I think strongest iteration of what I have been developing, for 3 decades. I want to tell you a little bit about why I got here and how I got here so that you can see my own process and understand my thinking a little bit and probably identify with it from your own life sometimes. I am a child of an alcoholic, and I grew up in the 50s and 60s before we knew much of anything about alcoholism and before the word trauma meant anything in the mental health field. Trauma was something that happened during wartime in other countries to soldiers. So this is a huge part of my own evolution, was to come to the recognition that growing up with alcoholism, very painful divorce of my parents, years of the disease developing in my family had affected me. In my day, we really thought if you remove the alcoholic, if the alcoholic got sober, the rest of the family would magically be fine. Or if you removed the alcoholic through divorce, the rest of the family would be fine. And we were not fine. That became abundantly clear to me, especially when I got married and formed my own relationship with my husband, who was also the child of an alcoholic. Now that felt good to both of us because we understood what was going on with each other. What we didn't anticipate, and I am talking, we got married when we were in our mid-20s. It's a long time ago. We didn't understand what it meant to be triggered into personal history. Eventually, it occurred to me that more was inside of me than was appropriate to the safe disagreement we were having, that I was having a stronger reaction and he was, and that it had something to do with our past. So when I figured that out and read what there was about addiction, there was nothing about trauma. I just felt like we were in what we called then, I felt like we were dry drunks, that we were acting out alcoholic behavior patterns, but neither of us drank. So to solve that mystery, I went to a 5-day program. And it was run by Sharon Wigscheider Cruz at the time, who wrote Another Chance and did a lot of family work then. It was psychodrama, although they did not use the word psychodrama. It was referred to as experiential therapy. And it changed my life. It was something that got to places inside of me that I didn't know were there. It let me say things that I didn't even know I needed to say, but that once I said them, I felt decades of pain relieve itself. I felt my body let go, my mind let go, my spirit let go. And I was on a
Hello?
path. Pain relieve itself. I felt my body let go, my mind let go.
I'm starting to hear a second voice here.
Was on a
Hello? Hello?
pain relieve itself. I felt my body let go. That's
I'm starting
me.
to hear.
Okay. I think it's over, right? Should I pick it up again, Ryan?
No, I'm still hearing it. Are you listening and watching on another monitor?
I think it's over, right?
No, could you actually stop your video and then start your video again?
No,
I'm still.
I think I'm gonna, yeah. Do you want me to stop my video? And
Stop your video and your audio.
I think I'm gonna.
Sorry, folks, we have a technical issue here.
Stop my video.
Stop your video and your audio.
I think I'm gonna.
Sorry, folks, we have a technical issue. All right. Stop your video and your audio. Are you?
I think I'm gonna.
Sorry, folks, we have a technical issue. All right. I'm not sure what's happening here. Are you?
I think I'm gonna.
Sorry, folks, we have a technical issue. All right. Are you?
I think I'm gonna.
Sorry, folks, we have a technical issue. All right. Sorry, folks, we're trying to get this cleared up. Okay, there, it stopped. Sorry, folks, we're trying to get this cleared up.
Did we solve it?
We will find out in just a moment.
Okay.
Because there's like a weird lag and echo. I'm sorry if everyone heard that. And
did we solve it?
Could you find out in just a moment? It didn't solve. It didn't solve. There's like a weird lag and echo. I'm sorry if everyone heard that. And
did we solve it?
I would turn off your camera again.
What do you think, Ryan? Are we down to one voice? What do you think?
I'm
Do you want me to
frightened.
keep talking so we can see?
I'm frightened to talk.
If anyone's
yeah.
experiencing anything right now, we want this to feel welcoming and safe.
Yes.
So you don't feel a need to shut down. Please don't shut down.
We'll get through this together. I think,
Experiencing anything.
Tian,
We want this to feel welcoming.
if you're logged into another Zoom in another window, it's picking that up and we're getting a delay and echo on our end.
Let me just see.
We want this to.
I'm going to need to do a little bit of shutting things down, right? I'm going to need to do a little bit of shutting things down, right?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Were you able? Yeah, I think you still have that open in another window.
I have,
So you're going to want to minimize Zoom and see if you have another Zoom window open behind it. And if you do, close that. Open in another window.
I am not.
So you're going to want to minimize Zoom.
Does that help? Did that do something? I am not.
I would. Okay, so leave the session and then come back and we'll see how it goes. Because I
Did that
don't
do something?
know if it's happening on my end.
I am not. You would like me to log off and back on again?
So you're going to want to log on, or you're going to want to log off and log back on.
Okay.
Sorry, folks, a little bit of a technical issue here. We're going to get that resolved right now as Tian comes back to the session. I'm sorry about this, but we will have technical difficulties sometimes. So. All right, turn on your camera and unmute your mic.
I'm back. Do we want to see if that seems, did that solve something? Thank you for your patience, everybody. Apologize. Are these all hearts that up? Things like this? Are these coming from people in the chat? So are we okay now? Should I proceed?
Yes, I would keep going and just start your presentation.
I think I'm hearing it again. Are you hearing it again? Or no, we're okay.
I am hearing it again.
Yeah. Should I turn my camera off for a minute? Would you like me to proceed?
The audio on this one.
Hold on, could you speak up a little bit?
Yes, I can. Does that work?
We're getting it. We're getting it. Okay, cool. Awesome. So sorry about that technical difficulty. I switched to a different machine and we are doing everything.
We're back. Thank you so much for being patient throughout that. I'm sorry to put you through all that. What I want to share with you, I was thinking during this break, is that as a child of an alcoholic, we are wired for crises. We're good in a crisis. Crisis is okay. It's a normal life that's hard. And that is the same, I think, for those adult children of relational trauma. And that is about what I'm going to talk to you today. That is the thesis of my work. It's what I put together over time. I wrote a book called Emotional Sobriety. And basically it's that trauma keeps you operating in emotional extremes. Addiction keeps you operating in emotional extremes. People tend to solve either feeling flatlined or feeling overly intense by bouncing back and forth between one or another. What I teach is how to live in 4, 5, and 6. And that is what all my work is about. And the beauty of 4, 5, and 6, which feels boring if you're someone who's been traumatized or used to chaos, but it's actually where the gold of life is. It's where you can think, feel, and act in a reasonably integrated way. So I left it off telling you that I went to a 5-day program with Sharon Wegscheider-Cruz to work on ACOA issues. She used psychodrama, they used psychodrama. It changed my life. I was a therapist at the time, and I thought, I need to be around this all the time. This is something that really works. And that's where my journey began. We didn't know at the time we were doing psychodrama. I was, hired by various programs to do this work that we called experiential therapy. I learned quite by accident as a New Yorker and my husband discovering a flyer that had landed to this day, I don't know how, in my mail, that psychodrama was the origin of experiential therapy, of Fritz Perl's work, of El Peso's work, of Virginia Satir's work. Anybody who's been using this experiential role play work, its origins are in psychodrama. So we will begin now, and let me pull up my slideshow for you. Did we? You might have just I don't know that. Okay, we need to do that part again. Sorry, bear with me here. Okay. Here we go. This is the book we'll be talking about today. Everything, all the exercises I'm describing are in this book. I'll be teaching you a lot today through videos. I'll stop and start the videos myself and kind of tell you what to look for or what you just saw. I'll give you some history in the psychodrama. We'll use film to illustrate, and then we will see how I combine psychodrama and sociometry and sociometrics, and how I created floor checks and why I created them. We'll see how to do an empty chair role play, because so many of you do one-to-one work. And then we'll learn how to use my timelines, frozen moment, experiential letter writing, which can be done in one-to-one, on virtual therapy and IOPs virtually, one-to-one virtually, and of course in groups. Children learn and absorb the skills of self-regulation in the arms of their parents. If you see that father of a newborn holding his baby so close, and you see the you see the regulation and the love of the father sheltering the child, holding the child so the child can then let go and relax. You see this older father and son and how content this boy is in the father's embrace. And you see, if you look, the same love coming through both of their eyes, the shared experience. That's where children get it. They absorb it from their parent. It's where they get self-regulation. It's where they get love. This one I love, having had 2 children and 4 grandchildren, just the tired mom and the little girl passed out together, the child's little body going up and down with the mother's breath, and the utter peace and the physical touching that is they're embracing in every little way. And here you see when a parent is unavailable to a child, close, 6 inches away, but lost and alone, because the children connect through touch. They connect through holding. They connect through a physical senses. And if that touch and the holding and the calm isn't there, they might as well be in another universe. This child has no way to regulate themselves. They have no adult external modulator cooing them back, reassuring them. This baby is born with an amygdala that is fully grown. The baby is capable of a full-blown stress response without the holding of the parent. That child is in a state of stress, and there is no one externally teaching, rocking, not teaching through words, rocking, cooing, all the things a parent does to get a child to calm down. And an animal does, by the way. Parents loom large as protective or abusive factors in a child's life. You see this fear, this frozenness in the child. And this kind of interaction stays with children if the parent isn't able to repair it with them later. If the parent can repair it, hold them, take responsibility, rock them back, connect with them again in a safe way, they will be okay. If the parent cannot do that, this will stay as a frozen, what Steve Porges talks about, frozenness in the nervous system, and Peter Levine. Our nervous system braces for danger. This is straight out of Steve Porges's book. He said it so well, I am just quoting him. Braces for danger in moments of high stress and terror. We enter fight, flight. We get ready to flee for safety or stand and fight. But if we can do neither, if escape seems impossible, well, this part is mine, but I've paraphrased it from Porges's work and Levine's work and Bessel van der Kolk's work. If we can do neither, if it seems impossible because we're children growing up in a dependent situation in which we're trapped by our own size, we withdraw, shut down, we do what we need to do to stay in the situation, connected to the parents, but remain integrated in some way within the self. We're physically present, but absent emotionally. Why are children so vulnerable to stress in the home? There's a power imbalance. Parents have the keys to the house, to the refrigerator, to the car. They have the money, they have everything. Children are trapped and forced to get along with the people who are completely in charge of their lives. Just said that the person they would normally go to, and this is very important for regulation and comfort, is the one traumatizing them. If the abuse is from the parents, or if the disconnection or rejection is coming from the parents, the child is not only being traumatized, but they have lost access to their source of support and the person who would explain to them what's going on and help them calm down. They enter childthink then. They're making sense of it with their own intellectual capacity. In the case of a child, that is usually, I'm bad, I can't get anything right, I did it again. The trauma is cumulative. If it's this kind of familial trauma, it happens over time. This distorted reasoning, that who's wrong, who's right, the blame game, depending on the age, going from self-blame to external blame. And the nervous system recalibrates and braces for danger. And this cycle just keeps going if nothing interrupts it. Neuroception is a term coined by Stephen Porges, the creator of polyvagal theory. Neuroception is our ability to tune in on the subtle relational signals coming from the other person and adjusting ourselves to communicate and interact with them. Our neuroception has evolved over time to enable humans and mammals to establish mutually nourishing bonds that we need to survive and thrive. It is our personal security system where we can tell in the blink of an eye if it's safe to connect or if we need to fight, to flee, or to stand and freeze or feign death. It tells us if we can relax and be ourselves or if we need to self-protect. If the signals we're picking up on from others are cold, dismissive, or threatening, that system sets off an inner alarm that is followed by a cascade of mind-body responses honed by eons of evolution to keep us from being harmed. In pain, and this is very important, Porges says, in pain engendering exchanges, people are not able to use their interactions to regulate their physiological states and relationships. This is key. It's what we work with in experiential psychodrama, sociometry. They are not getting anything back from the other person that can help them to remain calm and regulated. Quite the opposite. The other person's behavior is making them go into a braced for danger state. So we learn with our parents how to calm down. And if we're not getting that from them, we brace for danger, we withdraw. Body memories. In frightening, trauma-engendering moments or interactions, our thinking mind shuts down to enable our fight flight to operate unencumbered. Nature does not want us to think about whether or not to get out of the way of a car coming towards us. It wants us to run. Simultaneously, while the thinking mind is shutting down, the limbic system, which is where fight flight is revving up so that we can have the adrenaline and the energy to run or to fight. Because the limbic system processes emotions and sense impressions, sights, sounds, smells, textures, we have a heightened ability at that moment to gather sense impressions, but we have a lowered ability to make sense of them. Now, if no one is helping us later calm down and understand what just happened, these shards of body memories are strewn without our mind and body, without a storyline. They live inside of us as fragments of experience. That's, if you do experiential work, it's why often you enter through the senses, because the senses are where information is, but there's not a thought attached to them. That's the job of therapy. No meaning is made out of them. We feel fragmented, a jumble of non-integrated sense memories, thoughts, emotions, and sensations. We can have trouble integrating, understanding, and learning from interpersonal experience. We shut down, so we can't take in new information. We have trouble learning. We freeze, we stay stuck. The long-term problem resolving this is that we avoid going to these feelings because it hurts. And because we don't really know how to, we never made sense of them. When we re-feel them, we just feel the pain or the anxiety, but we don't understand where it came from. So we avoid feeling that pain. Then we compartmentalize. That's why, and I'm going to show you floor checks soon. This is my personal creation out of psychodrama sociometry. Floor checks are made to feel welcoming and safe. I learned this the hard way. through years of programming, group therapy for addictions facilities. The therapies we do need to feel light. They need to be welcoming. People have to feel like they want to enter and participate, because if they don't, they shut down all over again. Our childhood pain is unconscious. We act it out through projection, transference, and reenactment dynamics. This impacts our relationship and our family experience. The memories live within us without a context, without an understanding of time or place, because they are scattered. Body memories, wordless sense impressions, we feel fragmented. Memories need to be felt, named, translated into words, and shared. But that is a bottom-up mind-body process. It's very difficult for somebody to have a therapist look at them and say, tell me about your trauma, because they feel like first of all, they can't remember it. It's unconscious. So the danger is that they come up with a story that they're not feeling. So there's not healing happening. They're just telling a story that they've either heard, they think makes sense, that the therapist suggested to them, and they want to please the therapist. So we need therapy to be bottom up, to be authentic and truly healing for people. That means the body has to be involved. There are many ways the body can be involved. Today, I'm showing you the way I work. If they aren't brought back consciously through therapy, they come back by being triggered, right? And what triggers them? Partnering and parenting. Because we developed these unconscious memories in childhood, if we develop them in childhood, in a family, they get triggered when we again create a family of our own. The very intensity of bonding, of feeling vulnerable and dependent in the families we create presses on these old wounds. Or our child's age. We have an age correspondence reaction. When our child turns 7, we're 7. When they get triggered and act up, the 7-year-old in us is also triggered, and pretty soon we lose it right alongside them. We need to use our parenting and our partnering and these triggered moments to grow from and to learn from. And to do that, we have to have some confidence that there will be a beginning, a middle, and an end to our learning. And we need to be aware that what's getting, if it's hysterical, it's historical, we say in 12-step rooms. If we have an overly intense reaction to something going on in the present, chances are it's being fueled by unresolved pain from the past. If we don't, our pain becomes intergenerational. If we can use relationships to learn from, our healing becomes intergenerational. I think we've covered this. And just remember, we don't know what we don't know, and we don't know that we don't know. We explode or implode when we get triggered, and therefore we self-medicate if it's unconscious, or we act out, or we project pain and rage. What we need to do in these moments of being triggered is pause, breathe, step back, and witness what we're feeling on the inside and process it. We need to do more than understand intellectually. You'll see in the films throughout the day that psychodrama lets us say what we couldn't say and do what we couldn't do. We need new experiences that are reparative. We learned, remember, we're physiological mind-body people. It's the full experience of life that is traumatizing and that lives in the body as a body-mind phenomenon. So we need experience to heal it. That's why experience triggers it, right? When we form relationships of our own, that experience triggers this mind, body, and conscious pain. So what we're doing with psychodrama and sociometrics is creating a new reparative experience. And it's why we need to know why we're doing what we're doing. And we need to know how to do it well. J.L. Moreno is the father of psychodrama, sociometry, group psychotherapy. Most people are familiar with psychodrama, but they don't know that it's a fully triadic system. Moreno is the father of group therapy. He's the first person to treat people in groups. He created sociometry, which is essentially a mapping of the rejections, attractions, and neutral connections within the group. It's group dynamics, basically. And this triadic system is necessary to know when we do psychodrama, so that we're not just doing role play. We know why we're doing role play. Sociometrics, floor checks I created, locograms, spectrograms are Moreno, step in circle, Dale Buchanan. And I have put these together into a sort of an approach that is easy to learn and to do. Moreno developed these in turn of the century Vienna alongside Montessori, Gustav Klimt, a hotbed of creativity, Freud. And these were all colleagues in this beautiful world of turn of the century Vienna. Psychodrama is a role-playing method. The protagonist uses role players or empty chairs to represent characters from her own life. Can you play my mother? Can you play my partner, my daughter? Can you play a part of me? Can you play my depression? Can you play my, in Dick Schwartz IFS language, exile, my firefighter? All of these are possible roles in a psychodrama. Psychodrama can be oriented in the past, present, or future. You can talk to a part of yourself in the past. You can recreate a relationship from your past. You can, in other words, be the 14-year-old talking to your mother who you had when you were 14. Psychodrama lets you talk to the right person in the right place at the right time. El Peso said that. It's brilliant. It's one of the magic qualities of psychodrama, because many people with childhood trauma have different relationships with their parents who got nicer, who got sober, and so they can't necessarily have a conversation, and they regress to that hurt 14-year-old, and their parent doesn't want to deal with that hurt 14-year-old, or that parent may not even remember them if they were addicted at the time. So we need some kind of role-playing method that allows us to revisit those role relationships safely through therapy, and that method is psychodrama. Doubling, which you'll see, connects us with our own inner world, and role reversal lets us experience the full internalized dyadic role relationship. We don't just internalize our mother, we internalize our relationship with our mother. Group dynamics, so sociometry is the group dynamics, rejection and attractions, I was saying. You can do sociometry on paper in the form of a social atom and share it, quite sufficient as a family map. Or you can turn it into a sculpture, which we will see later in our day. Group psychotherapy. I want to tell you this story of Moreno's first attempt in Vienna to do group psychotherapy. He watched the children. He got the idea of psychodrama and role play from children in the parks of Vienna. He watched them act out their issues, their conflicts. I'll be the baby, I'm the mommy, you be the baby, I'm the daddy, I'm the policeman, so they would, and then now I'll be the policeman and you be the baby. And they would reverse roles, they would act out, they healed themselves through this role play interaction. And Moreno wondered, would that work with adults? He also wondered why, because Freud was the person doing therapy at the time, and everything was one-to-one and everything was on couches. Moreno thought, what if this may not be so efficient. You have to be a person of means to do this, etc. So Moreno was somebody who had great social conscience. So his first attempt at group therapy was to he worked with prostitutes. Montessori worked with children who people thought were uneducable. She taught them to read. It changed childhood education. People were given these populations that were thrown away by society. So Moreno invited a group of, 8 prostitutes to bring their couches into a room, right? He lined it up. He brought couches into a room. They all lay down and started to talk. And he realized that it didn't work in a group, that their fantasies, their thoughts were all mixed together. And he did something that I just hear, gongs when I picture it happening. They went from the position of lying down to sitting up in chairs and looking at each other. And that was the birth of group therapy as we know it today. He did the revolutionary thing of letting people talk eye to eye to each other. And as he did this group of women, and I think it's significant that they're women, because women naturally band together to take care of each other and themselves and their children. These women began to change. Their lives changed. They got out of the business. They became the mothers they wanted to be. Things changed through this birth of group therapy. I developed sociometrics and floor checks because I have spent most of my career doing programming for addictions treatment centers. And this is a traumatized population, and it's a raw population because people are putting down their medicators and now dealing with the pain that is coming up without their self-medication. So it is really a beautiful moment to work with people because it's so raw and there is so much need. So there is room for trying things and trying group things, because not only is there a need in each individual, but there are too many people to really attend to one-to-one. And Moreno is famous for saying, by the group they were wounded, by the group they shall be healed. I love this. If you're a psychodramatist and a sociometrist, as I am, and if you've come through your own healing, as I have, I believe in groups. I believe in one-to-one as well. But the power of groups to heal each other is phenomenal. And it's just beginning to be tapped in our culture, although it's everywhere in 12-step programs and group therapy. But I think what we need, and that's what I'm going to teach you today, are methods that are learnable and doable and really work. And I have spent my entire career creating that bit by bit by bit, trial and error, trial and error. So what I'm giving you today is what I know works. Moreno's sociometrics are the logogram, spectrogram, and social atoms, which you'll see. And Dayton's mine main are floor checks, timelines, and experiential letter writing. Floor checks teach as they heal. They get clients, if you work with groups and treatment centers, getting clients out of their chairs and moving and interacting is a big challenge. Floor checks does that for you. They offer countless opportunities for group members to engage with each other. I reduce the role of the therapist and I enhance the role of group member-to-member connection. I do this because all kinds of people work in treatment facilities, and I need something that can be standardized, and that isn't so hard to do that it depends on a super high skill level. I need something that the healing is baked into the process itself. And I love people, and I love people in therapy. And I have been in therapy myself, and I know what it's like to be a group member being talked at. And I know what it's like to look at people across the room and think, I think I'd like to learn from them. I love what they just said. I want to go and talk to them. So I've created a process so that people can actually do that safely. This is the easiest way, I think, to date, to put experiential treatment into your programming or group or clinic or online IOP. Here we go. I'm going to show you floor checks. Stand on a feeling that feels like where you are right now.
I'm feeling very, very cautious and just reluctant because it's such an unusual and different experience. Not sure how I feel. I'm kind of holding a lot of feelings in.
Thanks.
Well, I'm on the other, and I'm feeling similar to Stephen, but I'm feeling quite curious because I have no idea how this is going to transpire and what feelings it may kick up for me myself. So I'm just really curious.
Oops. Let me
Stand on a feeling
go
that
back to
feels
where
like
we just.
fire and what feelings.
I want you to notice all that's happened so far. People are up out of their chairs, connecting with each other, standing on feelings that they have chosen. I haven't chosen them. I haven't said, what do you feel? Tell me. They've just looked around and chosen a feeling, and now they're sharing about it. It's much easier entry for the client. And it also gives them a space to share about how they feel about being here.
It may kick up for me myself. So I'm just really curious.
I'm standing on complacency, which I'm feeling quite anxious about, actually. I mean, I consider complacency to be a real red flag for me. I realised I feel a bit anxious about that. I'd like to be a bit more present.
Shall we move to another question? What feeling do you have trouble feeling? What feeling do you like to kind of block or avoid feeling? What feeling you want to keep at a distance?
That's a quiet entry into trauma work. The feelings we avoid feeling are the ones that are the ones where we got hurt.
Okay, who's warmed up?
Yeah, rage is definitely one so I look around, it's the one that I don't, well, I'm smiling often. That's what I do. That's actually when I feel rage, I smile. It's one of my mechanisms. I instantly go to something like as far away. I don't want anyone to think like I'm not rageful. But it's just difficult just saying it and sort of standing in it. And it seems to be connected to so many other things: sadness and resentment. It's like
I want to point out, obviously, this young man is very self-aware. He talks about rage is hard to feel. He smiles when he feels angry. That's how he defends against it. And then he goes into telling everybody that it's not just rage, it's a swirl of feelings. And that is really starting to key into the experience of trauma. I'm so sorry what happened just there. Let me just figure that out. Okay.
joy, sadness, anger, resentment, joy. Rage is just like,
I'd rather feel rage than nothing, and I want to be able to identify my feelings and to articulate them. So, I want to avoid being numb, and I spent many years in this place, and it's very uncomfortable.
Well, I'm having a lot of trouble coming to terms with fear. My life has been run by fear. My decisions, really significant decisions like getting married, were run by fear. And I'm aware that I spend a lot of my time being vigilant about avoiding fear, which means avoiding a lot of the time other people's feelings. I'm spending a lot of my time being afraid of other people's rage, but of other people's sadness too. There's very strong emotions from other people. I find I have to protect myself from, and it's just such a cage. This fear thing is such a cage that I know that I've self-medicated over big time.
So do you see how people play off of each other? The fellow who talked about, I'd rather feel rage than nothing. So he heard one person talk about rage, and he realized I'd prefer that. And then the next person talked about how she's been run by fear. So people are hearing from each other and getting more courage and more information, and more is getting what we call warmed up inside of them. It's a more holistic form of healing. If I know I'm going to cover something again later, I'm going to move through it because we lost a little time. They decrease isolation floor checks. They reduce the variables by creating things to choose. So you're not having to come up with something out of whole cloth. You're given some guidelines to make it easier to hone in on something, but you're not told what to choose. You're giving enough words on the floor to feel you're still being the choice maker, to feel you're the shareholder in your own recovery. And your job as a therapist becomes to keep the process moving and flowing. But you saw how little I did in that. I just kept it going. But I didn't interpret, I didn't come in, I didn't tell them, I didn't comment. So you'll see, this is just the configuration of the flow. You ask questions, people answer. There's another choice, they answer, they work off of each other. Floor checks. Steve Porges looked at floor checks and said, you've created a new kind of therapy, because he recognized that I was putting so much in the hands of the group. And he said, you're healing through co-regulation. And that is just so beautiful, because if you love group therapy and people, as I do, you love to watch them heal each other. People are so beautiful. It's just to give them a way to talk about all the beautiful things inside of them. They build strength. People are the choice makers. They talk about it. It builds resilience, the volition. You're the one choosing. You're the one moving through your own process. You're connecting to by choice to group members. They don't rely on interpretation, and they take the guesswork out of adding experiential work to your facility. Now, I want to get to some of the other things. Adding role play. Okay. See in adding role play how the what we call role demands in psychodrama. Once you're in a role, even if the role is talking to yourself, it pulls things out of you. So you'll see how that happens. It's what we call embodied therapy. We choose someone to play another person, another part of the self, even if it's an empty chair representing another person or part of the self, from the past, from the present, or from the future. Here we're adding role play to a feeling floor check. I'm training you right now, but I'm doing very little when the process actually happens. You are engaging with each other and healing each other. So a sentence about why you're standing where you're standing.
Can I stay in?
You can.
When they're warmed up, invite people to share a sentence or two as to why they are standing where they are standing.
So what you're seeing is the social engagement system at work already, right?
Yeah.
This is all, it already happens. It happens by itself. And how does it feel to do these? Just throw words out. How does it feel to be? Yeah.
Enjoyable.
Yeah.
Enjoyable.
Playful.
Playful. And you know, with trauma, that is one of the things that people lose volition, they lose the ability to play. So we're re-educating all of that. And the less we use the word trauma, in my experience, the more people don't feel the need to shut down again.
I feel like you're connecting. It's engaging.
It's engaging, exactly.
So I'll go. I'm feeling joyful and connected. Joyful, just, being here and feeling connected. I'm starting to feel connected with myself. I'm feeling very connected. Right, but also connected with myself. As I'm looking at these, I'm thinking like, oh, which one? I can also go there, but maybe for the first one, I want to stay here.
Exactly, it's a teaching point, is that floor checks connect you with yourself and others. Any feelings in here you avoid feeling? Just when they come up, you just don't like feeling them? Walk over.
Why do I always feel? Is there an alone down there?
Yes.
Over there.
Where you want to edit, Robert?
That's going over here.
Sorry.
Whenever you're warmed up.
I avoid feeling sad. Yeah. And I'm attempting to avoid it right now as I'm speaking about it. Yeah, I can't stand feeling sad. It feels like a profound sense of powerlessness when I start to feel sad. And I'm more comfortable feeling anxious. And I was standing there and I was like, I feel that all the time. Like, who are you kidding? Stand next to other, because there's not sadness here. And that's really your truth.
Dana, if you were to take a step back, there's a little something back there, but, and double for yourself in that space. What Dana is doing here is doubling for herself, speaking her own inner life. That is maybe harder to speak when she's just talking as herself to the group. She's dropping down into her own insides.
Sadness is weakness, Dana. That's why you don't allow yourself to feel that way. You know that. And that's such an intolerable feeling. I actually can't even believe that you're sharing this with other people in public right now.
Would you like to extend this in a small role play?
Sure.
Would you like, who could play Dana, the Dana you're talking to, because you shifted into talking to rather than the I.
Yeah.
I noticed.
Yeah. Karen.
So what would you like to say to Dana? So as you see, this is Dana talking to herself, talking to the part of herself who's opening up in this group.
Dana, there's so much that you don't talk about. There's so much that you don't tell other people about. And you just keep it inside and you try to pretend, especially when it comes to the feeling of sadness. You don't let people in. You try, you pretend, but you don't.
Reverse roles.
Here, the role player will simply restate what she heard said to her by the protagonist. That way, in role reversal, the protagonist can now respond to herself. It's important not to let role players make things up that might put protagonists in their head as they try to figure out whether or not it fits.
Dana, you don't let people in, you try, you pretend, and there's so much you don't share with people.
It's safer that way. And safer. And safer for me to not talk about my sadness. I don't have control over the things that I feel sad about. So why am I going to share that with somebody?
May I interview you?
Sure.
Would you feel comfortable just saying a couple of the things that she feels sad about?
Sure.
Tian is doing a role reversal interview. She is able to gain more information about this part of self or inner role that the protagonist is choosing to explore.
My dad right now has the beginnings of dementia, and he's staying with me right now, watching my kids with my mom, and like last night he looked at me. Son of a bitch, sorry. He looked at me and he said, "I'm confused." And I said, "Why are you confused?" And he's like, "Well, we're going to Boston, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, but you're going on Saturday. Right now you're just gonna be here watching Emma and Haley." And they live in Pennsylvania, and I can't be there the way that I want to be there for him and my mom. And so I'm feeling really kind of helpless and powerless.
And if I may double for you.
Sure.
When I feel sad, when I feel helpless,
shut down.
Is there a time in your life when you got the message that sadness is something you get into and then stay in rather than move through, that sadness isn't an ordinary emotion?
I don't know, because I think what starts to happen is my sadness will become anger.
Is there one that would describe how your family dealt with anger? Here I'm doing a little bit of allowing Dana to choose new words to see if there's an intergenerational component to her shutting down sadness, to see if she learned that in her childhood.
Would be other, because it wasn't. It was, I mean, like, whatever. I can distinctly remember seeing my mother and looking at her and saying, "You're angry." And she was like, "I'm not angry." Okay. So there wasn't really a place for me to then say I'm angry because it wasn't shown. And if it was then shown, it was an explosion of anger. Utter just yelling, screaming, and it seems unexpected.
This is a typical trauma response of implosion or explosion. Those who have experienced trauma often either deny feelings or they project them and make them about someone else or something else. They don't feel, name, and own them.
Nothing in between the shutting down and the explosion.
No.
So that makes a whole bunch of feelings intolerable.
Usually, yeah, but starts with sadness.
It starts with sadness.
Starts with sadness.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Locograms, which I would like to show you next, are wonderful icebreakers. You've seen floor checks, and you've seen floor checks with role play added. And now I want to show you something you might do actually before you do anything else, just to break the ice. Floor checks can be done straight away. They can break the ice. Locograms are very short, succinct. They get people, they're very unthreatening. They get people out of their chairs and choosing. This is a locogram I like doing in the beginning of groups if I sense there's some resistance to being there. I divide the room into just 4 corners right in the center of the floor. Stand here if you're feeling happy to be here. Here if you're feeling like you don't feel like being here. Here you can take it or leave it. And then you always have the word other in floor checks, locograms, and the sociometry, so that if people don't see the word they're looking for, they can write it in. So this is an icebreaker.
Locograms are a quick icebreaker that are designed to give group members a way to check in about how they feel about being in group. They can use the locogram to work through ambivalence or talk about how much they like being in group. Locograms give participants a way to voice resistance that can help them let it go, laugh at themselves, or to simply feel relief at having space to be authentic. Step 1. Identify an issue the group would like to explore. Then, designate 4 or so areas on the floor to represent possible responses to the issue, such as, "I'm glad to be in group," "I wish I were somewhere else," "I can take it or leave it," and other. Step 2. Invite participants to go to the section on the floor that best answers the question asked by the therapist. Step 3. Invite participants to share a sentence or two about why they're standing where they're standing. You can ask more than one criterion question, and clients can make a different choice in answer to the question.
I think locograms are incredible icebreakers. If you're in a treatment world or any kind of group therapy, if you just do a logogram, divide the floor into 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, always other in sociometry. We always know that we can't think of everything. So one of my favorite logograms is, I'm really excited to be here in group. I wish I were anywhere but here. I can take it or leave it, other. On your feet, stand where. Okay. A sentence, when you're warmed up, a sentence about why you're standing where you're standing.
I can't wait to do this work. I have waited 2 years to be in person with some of the people that you've been training with and training us, and I am like thrilled to be here.
Thank you. Anybody, jump in when you want to.
I don't know anything about this work.
So you're an
So
other.
yes.
You're an other. That's very diplomatic.
Yeah, I'm sort of nervous and uncertain.
Thank you.
Come on over here. Yeah, I don't know anything about this work either.
Note the laughter in the group. There is immediate relief and a sense of connection from being able to have literally a safe space designated to be genuine, real, scared, funny, playful, resistant, to come as you are.
It's really like where it's at, and I'm so happy, even though we've done it in Zoom and it worked, but I'm excited to do it in person. And also I'm seeing the people who are here, you know, I know them, and I think it's just the container is already safe.
Yeah.
And you're in, I wish I were anywhere else. Is that accurate?
Well, I almost ran over there because it seemed like everyone was going over. And I was like, oh no, I'm gonna be the odd one out. But no, it's not, I mean, like I can leave it to take it, like I feel like, 1, I don't know the work, 2, like there's so much other work that I have to get done. 3, it's also on a Saturday, and wow, they just slipped that one under me, you know, that whole process. But initially I was gonna be like, oh, I can hide over here and just save, so that's where I'm at, I mean.
So this is a perfect example of why I love logograms as icebreakers, because you get to dump all this stuff and laugh about it. That's so handy in a group, because otherwise it comes out in the work. Anybody else before we move on?
So excited for all the reasons aforementioned by my group colleagues here, just to be here in person with you all and doing the work that I really like. So.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, we've been isolated for so long. This is really the breaking of isolation. This is, I'm excited. I feel the energy of everyone, and I'm just excited to be here.
Oh, I love that.
Can I add something?
Yes.
The group is sharing around their in-person reconnection and the purpose of their gathering as a group to show the process of sociometrics and share it with others through filming.
Spread it out there, and if we can be a part of it, I'm really excited to do it, because I think this is a quick way and a safe way and a subtle way that can really bring togetherness. So I'm excited that the message of psychodrama or sociometry, however you're going to call it, is here. It's being spread.
Okay, you convinced me.
Loco.
Okay, so. I think we better take a break, and I'll do this afterwards. We lost a little time, so let's take a break now. And if we can come back in 15 minutes, which will be just 2 minutes after 10:30 Eastern Standard, 9:30 if you're Central, and figure it out from your time zone. But I will see you all in 15 minutes. I look forward to it.
Hey, Tian,
Hi.
you
Hi,
can just go camera off and
Do I have my audio on?
Yep, you're good to go.
Okay, so we're back, and I want to ask Tim and Ryan, what do you think of skipping this and moving straight into some other material? Or should I go through this and just go through it a little more quickly?
Do you feel like it's at a really good time for a break point? You mentioned wanting to possibly do questions in a little bit too.
Yeah, I do that now.
Okay, you want to do questions now and then do the program after?
Yes.
Whatever works best for you.
And here I am. To provide questions. So there are a lot. So we'll have plenty of material to work with here, but we're not obviously going to get to all of them, folks. So we'll try. First up, most upvoted question: how does intergenerational trauma affect the regulatory abilities of the child and parent?
Well, if it inhibits, if a parent has an undermined ability to self-regulate, they will pass that on to the child because the parent functions as the external regulator of the developing child. A child is born with a nervous system that is only partially developed. The child continues to develop in the arms of the parent. They absorb the skills of self-regulation through the parent's ability to soothe, coo, and rock them. Now, most people can do that, but if you have a parent who's explosive, who is addicted and therefore unconscious of their behavior, doesn't remember what they did, it has been traumatized and has these swings of behavior, that parent is unlikely to help a child understand what just happened. In other words, a parent who's drunk does not often say, gosh, I must have really frightened you last night when I was yelling at you in a stupor. That parent will make the child feel crazy that they made it up because the parent will be sober in the morning or soberer and may not be that person they were the day before. So this kind of dysregulation passes on along with the meaning the child makes out of it if no one repairs it. Repair, repair, repair. Otherwise, that's what we're doing. We're repairing it later in the game when they're adults.
Okay. Next up, when it comes to working with borderline personality populations or populations with delusional disorder, do psychodrama interventions have any additional or special considerations?
You know, I get these questions a lot, and it's tough to say. Moreno worked with very sick people in this hospital in Beacon, and psychodrama was very healing. You just have to get a lot of training in psychodrama in order to, that's the answer for that, is a lot of training so that you know how to apply the method to those mental health conditions, because it's a person by person. And it's not just a person by person, it's when in the person's treatment is it appropriate. So is it appropriate for this person at all? And if it is, at what point in their other treatment do I use it?
And next up, just a little bit of a review of what the floor check is and how you incorporate the floor checks for individual sessions.
You don't with individual sessions. Floor checks are a group process. They are wonderful and they are easy to do. They are designed for a group. What you can do in individual are social atoms, attachment timelines, trauma timelines, resilience timelines, role plays, all of which we're getting to as the day moves on.
And here's somebody says
use them individually. Sorry. If you're treating someone, some people do that. They'll put a floor check out and ask somebody to go through the steps that you'll find right in the book. I haven't done it that way because I designed them for a group, but now that you ask, yeah, people do that. I'm not saying I recommend it or don't, but.
Sure. You're someone who works with couples, and a number of other people said they do as well. I work with couples who have trigger each other in session. Can you share any examples of how you would incorporate experiential healing together in session?
Sure. I have a couple of things I do sometimes. I let, first of all, if you can teach couples how to reverse roles or double for each other, doubling for each other is wonderful. If say the wife is being triggered by the husband's behavior, say, can you double for your husband? Stand behind his chair and speak the inner life. But then you have to really get them to drop down into the true double. They can't do their version of the husband. They have to really try to drop down and understand what's going on inside of him that's making him talk this way, or her, however the partnership is set up. And do the same for each partner. Have them double for each other. They can learn to reverse roles. I think that can be very rich. They can watch each other. If, for example, there's a partner, one partner is really triggered by say this is a man and woman, it's easier to understand. The man is experiencing his wife the way he experienced his mother. So you might say, what if we let your mother, she's in the room already, be in an empty chair? And now the wife is looking on as the husband becomes either his age or another age, a younger age, talking to his mother. And then there's just a role play. He can reverse roles with his mother. He can do a full role play as the wife looks on. And that is, you can get a lot of empathy for your partner. And you understand where the projections and the transferences are coming from. And they start to understand it too. There's some deft handling on the part of the therapist, but that can be useful. I have had asked couples to do each other's social atoms. We're going to do that later on, just to see how much they understand each other, the world each other comes from. So those are some thoughts. You can do the timelines, which we'll do later with each other. They can both do timelines and share them together. And you don't have to put any action in with the timelines. You can just do that sitting still and sharing them, just so they get to know each other's history.
And then probably last one for now, just kind of general thoughts on how these kind of exercises work now with so much being done remotely. You know, when you're in this format, when you're on Zoom, experiential.
You work remotely, Ryan, are you saying?
They were just asking you to speak to how some of these experiential exercises translate when you're in a session like this, like via Zoom.
Yeah, they really translate. During COVID, I had not used Psychodrama remotely all that much, but bang, I was working for a facility and I just got a call. I was training their staff. And just, okay, we're remote now. And it's remarkable. For example, this particular facility worked with teenagers. They did the social atom with teenagers every week remotely, because you'll see in the social atom, it's a map of how the family relationships relate, and the friends, whoever is in their network of relationships, which changed every week for these kids. So the social atom grounded them. You can do the timelines remotely. You'll see an example of that. You'll see at least one example of that. You can do role play remotely. I do it all the time. It's a little trickier. Role reversal is a little trickier, but it works very well. You can use an empty chair and just simply direct a drama through a window using an empty chair. You'll see an empty chair drama next. If you go through the book, you will see, I've talked about how they adapt remotely, but they adapt very well. And what I'd like to do, Ryan, is move past the spectrogram and go straight into the role play. I think it's a good time to do the role play. And the spectrogram is something that's very easy to catch by watching it. It's okay?
Sounds perfect. Call me back on when you need me.
Okay, Ryan, good to know you're there. Okay. So these 5 elements of a psychodrama are the stage, the protagonist, the auxiliary ego, the director, and the audience. The stage is the designated area, protagonist, the person whose story we're working with, whose life we're working with. The auxiliary ego can be, could you play my mother? Could you play my depression? I use an empty chair and put my sadness into the empty chair, my desire for success. The director, that's the therapist, and the audience is the group if they are present. And they do play the roles, and they act as a witness, and they learn, they see themselves. It's like a movie of real life. The varieties of psychodrama, classical, all the roles, you'll see that in the social atom. Vignettes, small 2-person, 3-person dramas, empty chair, you'll see that next. And monodramas are dramas with only one role, an empty chair, which is we're going to look at next. We don't pathologize the whole person in psychodrama. I love this. We talk to the role where there's an issue, and we leave the rest okay. We talk to the right person at the right place, at the right time, from the right age, and the time in our life.
I was going to be a star when I was young, okay? And I was going to save the family by being a star. And now I'm using the tools of the theater, the tools of improvisation, more to help people and bring them together, people that are in recovery, people that have other purposes where they might want to advance themselves. So there's this transitional difficulty I'm having between letting go of the idea of being a star. So I need to talk to somebody. I'm not sure. Maybe it's my mom. Maybe it's fame. Maybe I need to talk to fame or something that really is the front edge. This isn't like a canned thing that I've already worked through. This is really front edge. So, and it's interfering because my mind is still in the one world and all the fantasy of the fame and all I think that's could be, and the other one is, transitioning to this thing I've kind of actually been called to do a little bit more fervently or whatever by the universe, it seems. So I'm in a transition period now, and I don't know what. Maybe I could just talk to fame. I want to talk to fame.
Got it.
Yeah.
What do you want to say?
Fame, what are you doing? Oh, buddy. I mean, you came into my trailer when I was a kid, and I just was like, you're going to get me out of here. You were like...
I want to point out to you how he warmed up to his own role, how I did not tell him what drama he was doing. This is up to the protagonist. I'm just listening and following and hanging in there until he comes up with what he wants. And then I come in with the techniques of psychodrama.
I was going to be a star. Like I see you. It's weird. I can kind of see you. Like, yeah. And I don't want to leave you behind. But I feel like there's a lot here. There's a lot here that's I don't know what I need to say to you. I don't want to let you go. That's what it is. I don't want to let you go.
Reverse roll. I don't want to let you go.
Yes, it is I. It is I. Yes, fame. That elusive elixir, that wonderful fop. Yes, I'm here to spin perfumed tales of how you're going to get from where you are to wherever that fantastic future is. And I can spin those tales all day to make you feel better.
So fame, may I ask you a few questions?
Yeah.
Does he know he has achieved a level of fame?
No. He hasn't achieved the kind of fame that I am. So it's a lovely point that you make. It's the kind of fame I have achieved is the kind of fame that is always just out of reach. It has to be by design. It's just around the corner. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Reverse roll.
Holy shitballs. Sorry. Should I have said that?
Feel free.
We didn't talk about, you can say what you can say. No, because that was really helpful, because I was just talking to somebody, fame, fear of missing out. I just coached someone yesterday that the fear of missing out that they were experiencing was not necessary, that there is no over there. And I never saw you as something that has to be impossible to reach. You have to be impossible to reach. Wow. That's the piece of you that is troubling to me, because it's out of reach. It's like an addiction. It's an addiction, and you are the. You know who you are? You're the father, Tyrone Guthrie, in Long Day's Journey into Night. You are like this. You've got the. You can spin the tales and make everybody. You're charming. That's it. You're charming, but you're not in reality.
And you're a little bit not in reality for specific reasons.
Well, I guess, you were appealing to me because I didn't want to be in my reality. I'm in my bedroom, and you appear, and you say,
I want you to see how I was just doubling to guide Dion to what he might be looking into next. But that's all. You don't want to take the stage from the protagonist.
There's this wonderful world of success and fame just around the corner. I want to go with you.
Reverse roles.
You want to go with me? I know you want to go with me. That's where I want you to go. Just stay in my orbit, kid, and you'll be fine. I'm such a star. I'm a star. Do you understand what a star is? It has things in its orbit. Just move around me and pick up the gold and the grapes and the wine that splash over to the side. There's plenty left. Don't worry about it. Don't pick it apart.
Reverse role.
That's not enough, man. When you put it like that, that's like I'm just totally, with what I know now, it's like I'm a total codependent appendage or satellite personality to your central thing. And what's funny is as I'm saying this, I feel like I should be so mad at you, and I am not. And I want to be. I want to be mad at you.
So I want to tell you why I'm not mad at you.
I want to tell you why I'm not mad at you. You're fun. You're fun. You're exciting.
And you got me out of that trailer.
You got me out of that trailer. You made it so that I could make friends. I took that on. I became that.
Parts of you I want to keep.
There are parts of you I want to keep. I can do that?
You can keep parts. You can let go of parts. It's your stage.
That's interesting, because I was thinking I have to, like, all or nothing. I've got to, there's my black and white thinking. I'm thinking I got to decide whether you're good or bad and get rid of, oh, interesting. Yes. Oh, no, you protect me. You protect me.
Tell them why.
You protect me from the. You're more confident than I am. You're more confident than I am, and you are up. You absorb it all. You're funny. You're large. I'm insecure. I have doubts. I go back and forth. I'm neurotic. I'm prosecutorial. I've got these nasty parts that are, these character flaws that come out.
So Fame. Are you up for something?
Yes.
Would you stand behind your chair?
Sure.
And double for yourself?
Now, I'm very large. I'm afraid I'm going to go out of frame. Is it okay if I come back here? Can I come here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
You're in the double position.
Because I'm always aware of the frame.
We'll keep you in the frame. You'll rule the frame. This is your frame.
Thank you.
This, the double,
yes,
is what's not coming out here. This is what you're not letting him see, because he thinks you never have an insecure moment.
I have to keep moving. I have to keep moving. I don't want him to know, if there's something I don't want him to know, is that I have to do this. I have to keep moving. I have to keep, again, perfuming the air with my scent and my brand and my words, and because I have to keep it all going. I don't know what's going to happen if I stop it or slow down. I don't, I don't like to look in those places. And he likes to look in all of the crannies and the nooks and all of that stuff.
Can you even get behind yourself and double what's going on
Well,
the inside?
I would say only the only part, maybe, I went back into it, but the part about I don't want to slow down. I don't want to find out about other people, or stop talking, or stop monologuing, and I wouldn't say that to him.
As long as I have the floor.
Yeah, as long as I have the floor, then.
As long as I keep narrating my experience.
Yes.
I don't have to let anything impinge on my dream.
That's right, my dream.
Because if other people open their mouths and insert their experience, I fill that in.
Well, it's other abusive people. They'll criticize me. They'll hurt me with their words. I have to keep up.
I just want to point out I'm going with him, and I'm going with his humor and the way he uses humor as a defense or role as a defense, but it's also so wonderful. So I'm just going with it. And as you go with it as a director, it keeps opening up.
A wall of entertainment and keep them on their back heels so that they can't get at me with the words that my mother used to say or that the neighborhood kids would say.
So I have to keep very, very busy because my version of what's out there is quite hostile.
Yeah, it's quite hostile, and I can't let him know that. I don't want to bring him into all of that. So.
But curiously, he's had a very similar experience. I think if you let him know that, you'd be doing him a favor. What do you think?
Well, I can try it.
Okay, we might be, okay.
I actually can't stop this whole thing, this whole me thing, because I don't want to take in anyone else's reality, anyone else's words, anyone else's stuff, ideas, thoughts, opinions, criticisms mostly.
I'm afraid that if I take in more from outside.
I'm afraid that if I take in more from outside, I'll be overwhelmed. I'll be eradicated. I'll disappear. And I do not want to disappear. I want to be here. And I'm fun. I'm fun, and it's good to have me here and around.
Who hurt you, Fame?
Oh, my mother. Your mother.
His mother?
Your mother. Your mother.
Do you think he wants to talk to her?
He probably could get something from it. It would be a great scene in a play.
Up to him.
Would you be willing to try?
Reverse roles.
Well, it's scary because, it's scary to think about that because it's, I don't know. A little bit. Yeah, sure, I'd go into it a little bit.
A little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. So what we need to do is have another chair to represent her. Dion, what would you like to say?
Well, the first thing I've noticed is that I've crossed my legs like Fame. I've taken that on. So, Mom. You hurt me sometimes with your words. I wasn't as strong as, as my joking nature would make it seem. My tough skin, my you can't hurt me attitude. It's not really the truth, I can be hurt. In fact, I don't really like to say you hurt me to people. I almost never say it, you hurt me. I won't tell anybody that because I always think that's like blamey. But it comes from, that stuff. And I went through years of raging and yelling and things like that at you, but now it's just like simply, it did hurt. And it's still impacting me. That's the part. Okay, there it is. Yes, maybe excuse me. It hurt. It hurt me.
Where are you feeling it?
Oh, here.
Right. So
Chest.
if this, can you put your hand there?
Mm-hmm.
If that part. So you see the feeling, the deeper feeling arising in the body. And all I'm doing is sort of a Peter Levine kind of move, if you were feeling it. Sorry. This is, yeah, something's not catching. There we go.
I was going to my mother. Simply, it did hurt, and it's still impacting me. That's the part. Okay, there it is. Yes, maybe excuse me. It hurt. It hurt me.
Where are you feeling it?
Oh, here.
Right. So if
Chest.
this, can you put your hand there?
Mm-hmm.
If that part. If you can hear me, it's frozen. I'm gonna see what I can figure out.
It might just be buffering right now. Try stopping it and then starting it again.
Stop share or stop the film?
The video.
I'm going to start from the beginning and see if that helps.
When I was young.
Okay, I'll find.
Okay, and that was I was going to save the.
I think it's loading.
Yeah, I think maybe it might be kind of a slow internet.
Yeah, something's.
Right now. Would you be able to talk us through some
And
of
I
it
think
in the
it
meantime?
will load again, right? And I'll narrate it until, but it's moving at my end. That's the bewildering thing.
Yeah, it'll jump back on. You'll hear it.
Okay.
But if you could talk us through.
So let me just tell you what you're doing. First of all, let me tell you about Dion. Dion is, you've all figured out from your expressions. He is an actor. Dion has played Obama 150 times on the Tonight Show during those 8 years. He loves psychodrama. He discovered psychodrama and has been doing it with me for a couple of years at this point. And he's obviously a natural. He also uses theater for personal growth. So he has a pretty good understanding of how all this works. And I am staying amazingly out of his way as much as possible, because to get in the way of somebody like this, or I think anybody, is to get in the way of their discovery process. So I give Dion the stage. And what can I do? Are we going to just wait on this, Tim? Or should I do something?
I would suggest just moving forward if it's not moving right now, and you can always go back to it after a break or something like that.
Just continue with the, okay. Yes, because everybody's going to have this.
Yeah, just continue with the presentation, and if you want to go back to it after, you can.
Okay. What Dion goes into, what you're not going to see him do, and we can pick it up after the break, is talk as the kid. We moved into talking to the mother, getting toward the status Nascendi. In other words, why was it necessary to develop this facade of humor? Dion grew up he calls himself the only brown kid in the trailer park. He's biracial, and he talks about his issues that he never could talk to his mother about, what it was like for him to be that biracial kid in a trailer park. You can have these conversations in psychodrama. And he also introduces himself as this very put together, thriving and successful man to his mother. The Dion, his mother, didn't get to know. So that's also a beautiful thing that you can do psychodramatically. Let me tell you about who I am now, Mom. This is the me you could never see or hadn't been developed when you died. So we will move along regretfully. Let me try it one more time. It's not picking up. Okay. So what you saw there was a direct experience. I love this Chinese proverb, I hear and I forget, I see and I remember, I do and I understand. We are using all of the person when we are doing psychodrama and role play. We're creating an experience that can go along. It moves the experience. Remember how I was talking about how trauma is stored in the body? It in separate systems, right? We don't just have a little memory we access and it's a fully integrated memory unless we've made sense of it. Or if it was a pretty peaceful memory, we might remember it all kind of integrated and together. We don't remember trauma like that. So we are really in there reworking an experience. We're stretching it out. We're exploring it. We're giving it air. We're giving it the stage. We're allowing new information to come in. We're letting the personality, in this case of Dion, come forward. So many aspects of not just the experience, but the way he interpreted it and the defenses he had developed, the creativity he used to manage that life. The creativity we want to keep. We just want to get rid of the frozen parts of self, the exiled, as Dick Schwartz would say, parts of self. We want to, the protector parts of self, the defender parts of self. We want to work with those so they can step back and allow the more authentic self to come forward. And after Dion and I went online a few months after he did this, and I've got this videotape, so he won't mind if I share it, but he said, I hate to say it's something so canned as this changed everything, but this did change everything. He started going to groups for biracial people, and he had never let himself do that before. He grew, he changed, he learned through this one experience. Why? Psychodrama, we do, undo, and redo, Moreno says. We do the experience, we undo it, we take it apart, as you're seeing, and we redo it. We create a new experience. Now you can actually move through that and act it out. You know, have a what we call a reformed auxiliary, somebody you wish your parent were. But sometimes that happens just organically within the drama, but somehow we are redoing that experience. Now, understanding, describing symptoms, understanding, labeling people is one way to understand them, but it doesn't necessarily do anything to heal them. We need a delivery system that integrates all of this into the technique that we're using to help somebody heal. That is, psychodrama and sociometrics are embodied experiential delivery system that reach into these parts of self that are hidden and bring them forward. This is why I think it works. We access, I love this picture because look at the neuroception between the baby and the mother. Neuroception is mammalian. All mammals and people are picking up on signals from each other and adjusting their behavior, ascertaining, am I safe to be in the arms of my mommy? Or do I need to hide? This baby looks safe and the mommy looks attentive. And we all have this mammalian inner capacity. So we are accessing neuroception in psychodrama. And it's also why it's so important not to interpret, not to get in the way of the drama, and to stay out of the stage, to let somebody be in charge of their own experience. Introception, you see through the double, we're looking within the self, what's going on the inside. Now, introception also is, am I hungry? Am I tired? Am I stirred up? Am I anxious? Am I tensed up? This is all part of introception. And you saw the feeling come up in Dion's body. So that's Peter Levine, let it come up in the body. And psychodramatically, I just say, can you put your hand there? If that part of you could talk, what would it say? And the part says a lot. Extroception. the ability to sense what is going on in the environment. You don't see this as much in a one-to-one. You'll see it more in the social atom, where we're really working with space, and with how far or just how distant or close is your mother to you? Where is your brother in this drama? Where is your father? Even if you never knew your father, placing him on stage somewhere, because the child has the father in the mind, right? So in psychodrama, we enroll both who is real and who is carried in the mind, or what we call the surplus reality of the patient, client. And then we can show distance and closeness on stage, or size variability, right? I mean, Dion in this case was talking down to his mother. So he was a little bit empowered by putting his mother on that lower little ottoman. It changed the power imbalance as it lives inside of him. And proprioception, the ability to find your body in space. Floor checks use all of these. They're proprioceptive. They're what's going on in the environment with the group. What's going on in me as I'm doing this? What's going on with other people? All of the things that I have put into RTR sociometrics access these four sections. And I think that's why these things heal, part of why they heal so quickly, because they're working with our natural human form and the activities we're programmed to do. Don't override any of these with the protagonist. The correct position of the director is to listen and follow, keep intellectualization and interpretation to a minimum. When in doubt, leave it out. Interpretation in embodied work role play comes from how you use your techniques. It's not what you say. That's really not what if you're talking, then you're just using people and moving them around the stage and talking at them. Psychodrama is when you're using this form to enter into the interaction in a much more subtle and deep manner, and a way in which the protagonist remains in charge of the material as it is unfolding. Talk to, not about, and show us, don't tell us. Re-traumatization can occur when there is too much talking, when there is a goal. That's the problem with experiential therapy that is not rooted in psychodrama and sociometrics. It can be goal-oriented, and that's not right. It's just not okay to say, do this very vulnerable thing that I'm asking you to do, reveal these deep parts of yourself. And then, in the next 30 minutes, get there. It's not, I don't think it's fair to the protagonist. People are much too complex. Auxiliary role players make things up. Frequent mistake. I use role reversal all the time because all the information is in the protagonist. We don't want role players coming up with their own version of a person that the protagonist has to think, does that fit? I'm not sure, but maybe. Well, I don't want to disappoint this role player. They're trying so hard. It puts the protagonist in their head, takes them out of the moment and out of what we call the psychodramatic trance state, where there's real brain repatterning going on. Really, something deep is going on. So we don't want to bounce them out of that state. Or when group members over double, this happens. I invite group members to double. I love it. And group members love it. Occasionally you get group members who are standing behind a protagonist who's having trouble expressing something, and they just unload and go so far outside of the network, the framework of the protagonist, that it's overwhelming to the protagonist. And then the protagonist feels like a real failure because they're not able to express it. And really, it can be diagnostic. If somebody can only come up with their own anger in the double position, they need to do their own protagonist work. Because sometimes that person doesn't get angry as the protagonist either. Because when we are confronted with these roles that are historical, we do what we did then. We shut down, we go numb. So we want to bring somebody out of that very slowly and delicately. Adding too many roles. It's tempting to, when you feel stuck, just keep adding roles. But I find less is more in psychodrama. As I say, when in doubt, leave it out. Now, these are the timelines that I have created. I learned Zirka Moreno's wife, who was really co-created the method of psychodrama. I mean, Moreno created the architecture of the method. Zirka is really the psychodramatist who refined it in the way we use it today. She one time talked about a timeline, but never did anything with it. And I just took that and extended it, explored it, and made it specific how it would work in my field. It integrated with current research. And I find the attachment, the first one I did is the trauma timeline, because this was in the 80s, late 80s. People would talk about trauma and then just sort of go blank, and they would lose a sense of time. They would everything. So I just said, well, what if you put them in a timeline? Let people talk about them, but you have to not hit the word trauma too hard. Just the things that really shut you down or that kind of thing. So when you see this timeline, you'll see I don't hit that word too hard. You'll see a resilience timeline too. So the attachment timeline allows clients to fill in the holes, to connect around ages where group members share common ground. You'll see that in the group process when you make it a group part, to talk to the right, once again. It focuses attachment dramas in a way that no other process I do does. I learn things about clients when they do timelines. Clients I worked with for years, and we do the timeline, and I'm thinking, I never heard that before. It just comes up onto the timeline. And it creates this lovely template between the adult self and the developing self, because child self, adolescent self, the self at many points along development can be concretized through a timeline. And oftentimes I know with traumatized people, they get some ideas of, I talk to my feelings, I'm honest, I'm authentic, and nobody wants to hear them. So when we talk from our wounds and we want people to listen to us, it doesn't always work. We need to talk to our adult self, to let the adult self hear that wounded child inside of us, and then put it into adult language and give it some understanding so that we have a shot at being heard and understood. But we do need to understand ourselves. This is one version of a timeline that I use a lot. It's in your workbook. This is, if you don't have that handy, just do it along the long side of a paper. Here we go, full process. I'm not going to stop this. I'm just going to play it all the way through and talk about it afterwards, just in case we run into that same problem. So I'll see you on the other side.
Anybody need more time? Okay, so let's have a couple of examples of how to share these. Whoever wishes to hold it up, we won't be able to see it exactly, but we'll get a sense, and just walk us through.
I started mine at age 5. My first trauma was that I remember there was a puppet show on my block. Some older girls, must be 10 years old or so, was making this, and they charged a penny for all the kids to come to the puppet show. And I'd gone home and asked my mom for a penny, and she refused. She said, we can't afford it. And I stole a penny from her. She had a place where she kept pennies, and I took a penny, or a couple of pennies, I guess, I don't remember, and I came to the puppet show. And my mother realized that I had stolen these pennies, and she came into the garage where the girls were running this puppet show, and she just took over, and she was totally lost it and broke up the whole show and was yelling and screaming at everyone, especially me, for stealing her pennies, yelling at the girls around for allowing me to steal her money, and it was a very traumatic experience for me.
Okay, so have you filled in your whole line?
Yes, I did.
Can you just walk us through the other, because this is like a model scene. So,
At about 4 years old, my dad had an explosion in his gas station and was in the hospital and for about a year or more. So that was the trauma that stands out in my mind that affected me most of my life. Basically, my parents weren't there. At 12 years old, I got glasses, braces, acne, and my body changed, and I felt like shit. So it was a very bad time. Very low self-esteem, and I'd never like to live it again. I was married at 21, and my whole life changed, and it was wonderful. However, by about 35, I developed an eating disorder, but nobody knew what eating disorders were at that point. It wasn't named at that point. And that was very traumatic because it was private, it was hidden, it was a secret.
Coming up. Walk over to a spot on this timeline where you still feel, from the timeline work you're doing, some unfinished something you want to say, where you feel shut down, where you feel numb, where you feel you've gone underground and you're still working it through. Just stand up and walk over and stand in that spot, please. Clarifying question, does it have to be something you actually remember? Absolutely not. We're working with trauma. You may not remember at all. You may just have a sense that this is a shutdown area for you. What you'll notice about this is that people are sociometrically aligned according to age. The 1-year-olds are near each other. The adolescents are near each other. The young adults are near each other. The older people, so they have something to share. In other words, they have something to give each other. So talk to the people who are near you in age about why you're standing where you're standing. So this is a sort of a developmental way to use it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So when I was around 5 years old, I started to notice that my parents were coming into school a lot and talking a lot to my teachers about my learning problems. And at 7 years old, I was a lot of testing was done to me, like 14 hours of testing, I remember, and I was put on medication for ADHD and dyslexia. I went to a special school. And that feeling, I think, of inadequacy and feeling like I'm not good enough and everybody else can go to school and not take medication, and why am I the person that's taking medication in this school, and all those things really triggered. So then by the time that I was 14 and I had really...
Can I ask you if you, but I heard a flutter in your heart?
Sure.
When you were talking about why do the others not have to take medication?
Yeah.
Would you like to talk to yourself at that age?
Sure.
Okay. Look around the room, take your time,
Okay.
and choose someone to play yourself at that age.
Okay. Do you mind playing the person? Yes. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Front row. Yes, you're good. Thank you.
Okay, what would you want to say to young Caroline? From the adults, Caroline.
Okay. You're smart.
Reverse roles?
Do I have to stand over here then?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's actual physical. Give her last line. You're smart.
You're smart. Do you want me to respond?
Respond as that child. We're bringing the then and there into the here and now. And we're responding as that child.
Yeah. Okay. Then why am I at this school? So a lot of feeling like I wasn't, that I didn't fit in to the group and to like the society. So when I was introduced to alcohol at age 14 and marijuana, this is it. And this is how I can be in this society and function properly and not feel like I'm not good enough anymore. And I felt good enough when I was on those things. And so self-medicating came very easily because at the age of 7, I was told that if you're not good enough, if you take this medication, you will become good enough. So now I'm introduced to alcohol and drugs, and I find out, turns out that you can do these things and be good enough with your peers.
Anywhere else you want to talk that you feel?
Yeah, I'll explore one more thing.
Okay.
I think sober when I was 19, and when I was 20, I really struggled in sobriety, hit like a pretty intense bottom in sobriety. So I can talk to that
Look
person.
around the room.
I will choose you, if you're cool with that. Hey.
Reverse roles.
Okay. Sorry.
Hey.
Hey. Oh. Hey. So I'm here, I'm in sobriety, and I don't want to be here anymore.
So because trauma is in the body, I'm paying attention to you going to the shiver that went through there. So let's, it's still going on, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Just let it happen.
Okay.
Any more shivers want to happen?
No, but I just do want to say that I'm surprised that I picked this part. And clearly there's something going on, but I didn't know that there was something going on.
That's a really good
It's really interesting.
teaching point because that's what happens.
But the
when-
timeline really helped too, because I put in all these things at this one time in my life that I never thought was a challenge in my life.
Exactly. So you learned something by putting it in the timeline where your work was concentrated that you weren't aware of before. And did you learn anything about where there wasn't trauma?
Yeah. And I also, like 11 years old, it's so, all these things happen, and it's just fascinating, because I never noticed that.
Yeah.
That was an age where a lot of things happened.
A lot of things, good, bad, and different?
Yeah, exactly.
All
Good-
sorts of
all sorts of things.
All sorts of things.
Yeah.
So interesting. You learned
In a small period of time.
in a small period of time. And you thought they were stretched out over a longer period of
Yeah,
time?
I guess so.
Yeah.
But I also just never really thought about a lot of the things that I wrote down.
Yeah, it's interesting. So what do you want to say from this part of yourself that's surprising you today?
Yeah, that it's just really hard to be sober, and
Okay, I'm picking up something in here and on the shoulder. Is there
Yeah.
and in here in the throat? So what's
Yeah, basically I don't want to be here, and I don't really want to be sober, and it's not that I don't want to be sober and I don't want to be drunk. I don't want to be either one of those things. I just don't really want to be living in this life.
let the tears come if they want to? Just let them come. The less you fight it, the more the healing.
So I'm going to talk us through there. It seems to have frozen again. I don't know what's happening here. What's going on is Caroline, and again, this is okay, it's public, is talking as the young woman who didn't want to live. And this is something she hasn't talked about, right? She's revisiting her learning issues, her anxiety about moving ahead in her own work because of her complexes about this. And she's courageously putting it out to the group, but quite surprised at what's coming out. This is not what she expected to have come out. And I think what I want you to know is she continues to talk to this part of herself and then work through it. And it's not, the resolution is sometimes just in the breaking the silence and embodying. So I think it's a good chance for me to just tell you the power of embodiment itself. It's not that we're coming up with any great insights. We call them action insights. Yeah, in psychodrama, you see things differently. But we're embodying these parts of self and letting them breathe and talk and speak and interact. That is the healing power of psychodrama. That's why you want to keep the interpretations to a minimum. You want to let the magic of embodiment and bottom-up therapy do its work so that this feeling can arise in the body and turn into the right language. It's not that language is happening first and you're trying to reach back into this foggy space that you haven't yet made conscious and give it some substance or meaning. No, the meaning comes from the reliving is a word that sounds so scary, but this is a kind of reliving that feels also wonderful because you're not revisiting the scene of the crime necessarily. We're just revisiting parts of self along the timeline. I rarely psychodramatize a painful scene. I will psychodramatize interactions surrounding that, but I don't set up a scene that would shock someone if I can help it. In fact, that would be called psychodramatic shock because you're very vulnerable when you're standing up and doing this. So then if you do these scary scenes, it's too much, it's too overwhelming, it's too flooding. This is why I have these processes that simplify that and that allow us to just do pieces of work. And I want you to know that this young woman, and there's something about it, quite a public psychodrama, that I don't understand the mystery of it, but it can be profoundly healing. She went on, she got a PhD, she got all sorts of great jobs. She now has her own company that's super successful using therapy, this model online, and her other work. So this really works. And it is the embodiment. If we saw the rest of the drama, and you will see it because you'll have it, you will see more happening. But what you'll really see is the power of embodiment, the power of giving voice to the silenced parts of self. There. Oh, well, I'll check it out and see if we can get back to that spot. Just for
These things happen, and it's just fascinating
What do you
because
mean?
I never noticed that.
Yeah.
That was an age where a lot of things happened.
A lot of things, good, bad, and different.
Yeah, exactly.
All
Good,
sorts of things.
all sorts of things.
All sorts of things.
Yeah.
So interesting. You learn
In a small period of time.
in a small period of time. And you thought they were stretched out over a longer period of time?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
But I also just never really thought about a lot of the things that I wrote down.
Yeah, it's interesting. So what do you want to say from this part of yourself that's surprising you today?
It's just really hard to be sober, and
Okay, I'm picking up something in here and on the shoulder. Is there
Yeah.
and in here in the throat? So
Yeah, basically I don't want to be here, and I don't really want to be sober, and it's not that I don't want to be sober and I don't want to be drunk. I don't want to be either one of those things. I just don't really want to be living in this life.
let the tears come if they want to. Just let them come. The less.
Oh, it's doing it again. I don't know what's going on. So, but you've got the gist of it.
So can I try something really quick? I'm gonna have you stop your video while you play that to see if you have the issue still. So
Stop share
video
or
off.
say that again.
I'm going to stop your video from playing, so you won't be on the screen, but I'm gonna have you play your video that's in the slide again to see if that helps it play through.
Okay. Are you doing it from your end so I don't have to do it?
Yep, just a sec.
Okay.
Just you can hit play now.
It's not, it's still frozen, Tim. Oh, wait a minute.
Just let them come. The less you fight it, the more the healing.
Thank you for that, Hart.
We tried. Yeah, if you want to talk through this one as well. I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you. So sweet. Okay, the host has asked you to start your video. Okay. There's so many hearts, I can't believe it won't play, just for your sweetness. You know, in truth, I think I can say, because it stops, I can say more to you. We've seen the gist of it. Okay, should we go along now, Tim? Continue?
Yep.
Next slide. Thank you. Okay, now we're talking about the social atom. This is, how are we doing on time here? We're going to break in a half hour. So I think that I think we'll do social atom attachment. Yeah, I think I'm going to move quickly into the social atom, and then we'll do Q&A at the top of when we come back, unless we have a little time. Social atom, here's the key. I'm going to move it along. We've talked about in social atom moves into the sculptures. We're going to just do, this is a social atom of a frozen moment. The reason we're doing a frozen moment is I had all these people, protagonists, but I won't tell this story. I'll tell you later in the Q&A. We'll just look at a social atom. This is from paper into sculpture, the full stage, the full relational network.
All right, this is me. My mom's over there, grandparents, brother, father, step.
Okay, choose everybody on the social atom.
Yes.
Including someone to play you.
Including someone to play me.
And how old were you at this moment?
10, 11 maybe?
Okay.
Yeah. How would you like me? Kate, you're going to be in the middle.
May I double for you?
Yes, please.
I'm not sure what I'm doing. I mean, this is making me anxious to do this.
Yes, I am anxious to do this because it's one thing to draw it and sit there. It's a whole other thing to get up and move.
Okay.
Stuff comes out of my mind. So, will you be Granny and you can be Pop Moisha? Hey, over here, you guys are over here. Pop, Amara. Pop, P-O-P-O.
P-O-P-O.
P-O-P. P-O-P. Pop. Granny. Scott with one T.
Just in case.
Will you be my other grandmother, my mama, who's very, yes, yeah, you're near each other, but you have, you are very, you have a lot to say.
I have a lot to say.
You have a lot to say about the situation. You've worked in children and family services, and you have a lot to say because we have to keep everything.
Who is this?
My grandmother. It's my father's mother, which we haven't even.
I'm getting more and more nervous as I do this. I keep setting it up, and it's really making me anxious to do this. Correct that if it's wrong.
It's making me anxious to do this because it's coming alive again. It's taking the there and then bringing it to the here and now.
Okay.
Please play my father. Please. He's not a great guy, but I need to do it safely. My father. Oh, yeah, she can play my father.
He is setting up.
I'm disoriented.
Yeah. I keep trying to find
because I need
my
to be,
footing.
Yeah. So hold on a second. It's shit. So you guys are there.
It's intense stuff. I felt so disoriented in this system. I
Super
feel
fucking
disoriented just putting it up on stage.
Sorry for the cursing. Yeah, super disoriented.
It's all coming back.
It sure is, because I can't make heads or tails of what I drew here. That is ridiculous. I'm there. That is me.
Okay.
So I gotta look down now.
What is the frozen moment?
Can you? Okay, yeah, we'll get there.
All right, here.
Okay.
You're there. Good. Okay, this is good.
I'm back in the room.
But you guys are all actually
in the wrong place.
Over here, like about here. And then could you just play my mom all the way back in the corner, like all the way as far away as possible? Yes, please. Oh, yes. You don't even have to do anything. Just go away. You're there.
Do that.
Yeah, you are wherever you are. Boom. You're good. Thank you. Okay.
Shall I turn around?
You can do whatever the hell you want because I have no idea what you're doing.
So what do you want to say to Mom?
Oh, why did you have to leave? Why, Sandy? Why did you have to leave? We have to call her Sandy because we can't call her Mom and me because then we'll cry.
So why did you say that again to her? Yeah.
You left and this happened. You left. He kept running away to their house. And so you decided that it was a good idea for him to move there. My brother, who I loved, who we shared a room. And I used to tell him stories at night to make him fall asleep. I just wanted him to love me. And then I don't see you guys anymore. Can you turn? Actually, yeah, turn around, please. Yeah, because we don't see you anymore. But then I don't get to see you anymore. So, yeah, everybody leaves. Okay.
Everybody leaves.
They do. She leaves, then everybody is done over there. And
so what do you want to say to that part of you? This is the frozen moment is when mom left? Is that what it
well, it's not that long after. So she left, and then, I don't know, it's in the span of a year, 2 years. He kept running away. He was not happy at the house. Also, we lived with, you were not his father. We had the same mother, but not the same father. So he kept going to their house. So they said, you decided.
What do you want to say to yourself?
I'm seeing it as opposed to being it. What do I want to say? My other brother's not even on here. But it doesn't matter, actually.
You want him on?
I mean, just to make it fully the thing.
Okay.
Yeah, you're around, but you have your own issues. Thank you. So what do I want to say?
Why she was disoriented.
Yeah. It's confusing, right? I know. Right, lots of things outside of your control. All these people who you love, they're gone. And what do you do with that? Right? What do you do with that love?
Reverse roles.
Oh boy. You want this?
You have all that love to give. What do you do with it?
I don't know, I just cry. I cry. And then one day I decide that I can't cry anymore. And so I hold my body really tight, really tight to make myself stop crying. And I make myself into a small, tiny thing. Well, not tiny, but small. I put it away. The pain. I had to hold it down because otherwise I'm just going to cry forever.
And after I stopped crying, I got headaches.
I stopped talking. I stopped talking to people. Yeah. I felt even more alone. Yeah. And then, actually, there were more people on this thing. I have a stepmother and a stepsister.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Coming back here is just, whoa.
Yeah, I feel really dizzy, actually. It was
dizzy.
horrible. Right, so I didn't feel like I belonged anymore because when you left, Sandy, you told me Mitch wasn't my dad. Thanks.
I was 8 when you told me the person I thought was my father was my father.
Yes.
And then you left. So I lost my mother and father in the same.
Yeah, and right. I didn't even think of that. And
I lost both my parents.
Huh, how about it? Yeah, I didn't even think of that, but.
I didn't even think of that. I mean, why would, I was so.
I didn't, yeah, but, so there was this other scene that we don't have to do, but it's like when she left, I turned around and stood leaning against the car, looking at the house, thinking, okay, I know how to cook, I know how to clean, okay, and we'll make it work.
Because I thought I was in charge now. My mother left. I know how to cook, I know how to clean.
Right.
So I can manage it from here. I'm 8. Right. I can handle it.
I can handle the house. I didn't know anything about paying a mortgage. But yeah. Right,
and I can stop looking to any, it's going to be me.
Yeah.
If it's going to happen, I can do it.
I can do it. Felt like a lot, but I could do it.
Can you stand behind yourself and double? Right here.
Oh, here too.
Unless you're behind, maybe I got that wrong. Maybe you're way back there. Your instinct was probably right. Or away.
Yeah, you. Gosh, I think I'm gonna cry. feeling,
Just
yeah,
let that happen. Let that happen. The tears that had to stop coming can come again. Big, yeah. So may I put my hand near your body?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's scary. It's scary, but we can do this. I had a whole imaginary class. Instead of an imaginary friend, I had a whole class.
Watch. Why don't you talk to who are you saying we can do this to?
My class, my little class, because I couldn't be alone. I had a little class. We were going, we had to travel with the family. We were going on a field trip.
Right.
When I couldn't learn math on my own, I had to teach it out loud to my class.
Child. How many kids were in your class?
I don't know, lots. There were a lot of them. I mean, they didn't have individual.
Yeah, just at a class.
Yeah, it was just a class.
Yeah.
And I talked to them as a class. And
As
so
a class,
we
yeah.
had to we were going to do it.
Good for you. Good for you. Good for you.
Yeah.
Who could play your class?
Oh my God, there's nobody left in the room.
You can put your class in an empty chair.
Okay. Oh my God. This is distressing.
Going into the
Yeah, this is really hard. I didn't want her to leave. Now he is gone, and now they're gone. And I'm living in this family with these people that I'm not even related to them. I'm not even related to them. Very disconcerting, very disconcerting.
What does the class want everybody to know?
But she's a good girl. She's good. She didn't do anything wrong. She didn't make any of this happen.
Keep going, keep going. Keep going.
It's not her fault. And she is deserving of love. She's absolutely deserving of love. Just because they couldn't do it. The only one that could do it is you. You're the only one.
What do you want to say?
Thank you, Papa.
From the whole in here, what would you like to say to the class, to the system, to yourself outside the system, to any role players over there?
Or they're off just doing
They're just off doing their own thing over there. They're just always off doing their own thing.
They have
Pay
been,
no
yes.
attention to anything, right?
Yeah. What do I want to say? It makes me want to, the whole makes me want to throw up. Like I feel like I need to, I mean, I'm not going to.
Have it.
Yeah. I feel like I've swallowed their shit for so long. I'm sorry to say that. Like I swallowed the story of that I was the problem. That I was too much for her. I wasn't enough for you. But then also too much. Everything was good. And when I was young, I used to think you were a little militant. But I appreciate what you had to do in your life. Having been in foster homes, after it was discovered that your father had a second family in Chicago. And your sister got to stay with your mom. And I don't know why I'm all over this place, but your sister got to stay with your mother, but you had to go into foster care and learn how to take care of other people.
And is this?
That's my dad's mom, and that's my grandfather. Yes.
So they repeated all of this history. All of this history just repeated itself.
Oh. And I can't tell you how many times I've done dramas in and around my family, but didn't get that. It's repeating. Yeah. Yeah. and
I
you-
didn't cause it. I just kept it just roll through the generations.
Boy, that's like, oh, something just lifted off my heart. Wow.
This is bigger than me.
Has
This is
nothing to do
bigger.
with me.
Nothing to do with me. This is history repeating itself. I didn't do anything.
I didn't. Oh boy. Huh. We didn't. We did not do anything. It wasn't who we were or how we were. Yeah. It's the history. Wow.
So there you see the power of embodiment and the power of the stage. We have put Lori's social atom into a sculpture. It was first written on paper using circles to represent females, triangles to represent males, a rhombus as a neuter gender, and you can use a broken line if someone is deceased, but the social atom is current and you want them on it. A social atom can include anything and anyone, pets, grandparents, friends, institutions, a square. It's a very flexible tool. Murray Bowen consulted with Moreno in doing the genogram, which is a wonderful historical tool, but doesn't have this flexibility. They work very well in tandem, but the social atom is the inner world made concrete. It's first stage on paper. Locate on paper yourself and your significant relationships. If they're large and distant, make them large and distant. If they're small and close, if they're overlapped, if there are covert pairs, if there are codependent fusions, let it be represented. Let the size differential be represented. Use the paper as a stage. And if you do that on paper and share it in your group or in one-to-one or your couple session, that is very, very powerful. I mean, a couple could do a social atom and share them with each other. It's a hugely powerful thing to do. The group shares them with each other. If it's a huge group, they can break up into smaller groups and share them. And understand how emotional it is to do that, because it is a layer of concretization on the page, and the page is being used as a stage. So again, I want to say the change that happened after I saw a month or two after Lori looked just different, beautiful, all sorts of changes going on. And there she does other things too, but to come in touch with the child within you, to talk to that child, to see the intergenerational piece and let it lift off, to understand that it was bigger than you. And I want to just go over again her wonderful childlike thing of using a class. She invented this little class. That's how she kept from being alone. And that's how she learned things, because it helped her in some way focus if she could teach it to her little imaginary class. So all of these things, when they come up in psychodrama, you just want to go with them. You want to accept the surplus reality as experienced by the protagonist. We start on the edge, right? We're not looking for normal right away. We're looking for all of the manifestations of defense, of frozenness, all of that, and we're bringing it onto the stage. And in with that are Dion's creative way of creating a character. He said he used to go around that trailer park speaking in a Cockney accent. Now, where he came up with that, but how creative. It gave him the distance he needed, or a different identity. Here, Lori has this class to relieve her from the burden of being an 8-year-old who thinks she has to run the house, right? Losing all her parents. The class was a childlike solution. So we want to honor that childlike solution and give it full stage and honor. I do now experiential letter writing, which I think we will do. Let's see, we have an hour and 5 minutes before our break. So we'll look at the experiential letter writing. And, but I think I'd like to take some questions and answers because you probably have some. Ryan, with this, are you there? There you are. Let's do that.
I'm here.
People were so in touch, I think.
Yeah. Okay, let's see which ones are filtering to the top. Here's somebody who was curious that if you've ever had clients who've dissociated during a role play or scene, and then how do you kind of prepare for that in advance, address it while it's happening?
It's again, it's person by person. One way I address it is you see it happening. Did a part of you go somewhere? Sometimes when people say I just dissociated, that's the easiest to work with because they're aware of it. And then I might just say, who could play the part of you that just dissociated? Where are they? And what would you like to say to them? And reverse roles and go into that part and talk back to yourself. And that can go somewhere as a drama and interaction that's quite rich. If someone is fully unaware that they've dissociated, that's harder to work with. And if they cannot work with it, you just want to gently reground them and let the drama wind up, because something's getting really triggered, or help them the way you would help somebody if they were in your office. You know, help them come back into the room if they can, help them make eye contact with you, and so on. I did work for 3 years with a group of, in the beginning, we called people multiple personalities. And at that time, I didn't know anything about treating multiple personalities, but I did know some people were with that diagnosis and they wanted me to work with them. So I did. And I was going to do a few sessions. We stayed together for 3 years. In that case, I just said, if you'll teach me, I will teach you. I will work with you psychodramatically if you let me know who you are and what you need, and if you're all in your own therapy. And then Psychodrama was wonderful because they had an expression called body out. And I think this applies to a lot of trauma and dissociation. They had arm out, leg out, face out. But in Psychodrama, they liked it because they could be body out. In other words, they could be authentically these parts of themselves. And it would just be like another drama, like another part of self. They could talk, they could interact. A curious thing, in all those 3 years, I never was introduced to a part that was older than 12. And everybody in the group, and over time, there might have been 30 on and off. And not at once. It was always sexual abuse, severe sexual abuse. I just put that out for what it's worth. The dissociation generally happened 3, 4, 5, very young solution. But it was a solution. And the 12-year-old parts were always very interesting because they were always these strong characters, like name things like Thor and, Robert, or they were all these kind of authority 12-year-olds. So I just went with it, and it was very healing for them. So there are levels of dissociation. The easiest to work with is somebody who's just saying, I think I'm dissociating. Another question?
Next up, populations that might struggle with psychodrama, or psychodrama or role-playing helpful across like different cultural groups and populations? Are there folks who have more trouble with psychodrama techniques?
Well, first of all, it's the training of the therapist that has the most to do with where the struggle is. If you have a lot of training in psychodrama, you will be very flexible, and you'll be able to go into sociometry, sociodrama, all kinds of permutations if you have enough training. So I wouldn't do it with anything. I wouldn't try it if there's any. When in doubt, leave it out. Native Americans, I have found, wanted to be a quieter kind of process. That's a generalization because I don't have a lot of experience with that population, but that is what I have found. So I have to make it quieter and maybe more adapted to the ritual kind of side of the population. Everybody's different. By populations, you mean races or tribes or like that. I do think I think psychodrama can be used anywhere if you have the training. You can ratchet it up or ratchet it down. Yeah.
And maybe that segues into one that I'm not quite sure that there's a specific question here, but as we're becoming so knowledgeable about trauma, how come it seems so difficult for many to understand generational racial trauma? So I don't know there's a question there as much as maybe you can speak to if you've experienced working with that using any of these techniques.
I think it's best worked with by people who are in that population, personally. I think it's hard for me to have a full understanding of that. If you go with the lead of the protagonist, you are just going with the lead of the protagonist and accepting the way they experience something as what the work that is coming forward. Ultimately, I think it's best dealt with by training people within that population. That is my thought. It's hard. That's a lot to understand.
Yeah. Yeah. And then maybe one more. Pre-screens. Do you do a pre-screen before engaging someone in psychodrama? Just wondering about individuals who might have complex trauma or sensitive to triggering and those kind of things.
You know, my whole life is psychodrama, so I am comfortable doing psychodrama because I know I will be aware on stage. So I recommend getting the adequate training. The part that's easy to do tomorrow are the sociometrics, the floor checks, the logogram, spectrogram, experiential letter writing. Those are all easy to do. Doing the psychodrama the way you're seeing it takes training for you to be comfortable. And so screening is, I don't always have the luxury of screening because I present at conferences. So that's not a situation in which I can screen. So I do work with, but I'm generally training therapists, but that doesn't always mean it's okay. I hope that's enough of an answer.
I think that'll work. So I will disappear until you call me back.
Okay, Ryan, I'm going to show experiential letter writing because it is something you can do after any of these processes we've looked at. Or we could go back and do something I skipped and pick this up later. Let me just think out loud 1 minute. A spectrogram. I think we'll do experiential letter writing because it's a good closure technique for any of these processes. And it's the easiest way to bring role play into your practice without having a full knowledge and comfort level, because it is already role oriented. With letter writing, you have a writer, somebody who's writing the letter and somebody who's receiving the letter. So that is two people, or you're writing a letter to a part of yourself. But it's already in roles. It's already making use of role theory. Here, dear so-and-so, and I just have this form in the book, but you can use any approach you want to use. This is a letter of somebody who's getting a letter read to her that she used.
Dear Devin, I'm so sorry that my addiction took me away from you. I'm sorry for never saying I'm sorry. I never took responsibility for leaving you, for hurting you, and for making you feel unloved. Not enough, not knowing where I was or if I loved you. I'm sorry for making your father out to be the bad guy. I wanted to put all the blame on him. I'm sorry for confusing you and leaving you to question yourself. I'm sorry for not demonstrating what a mother and daughter relationship should be, or what ours could have been. I love you so much, and I'm so proud of the woman that you've become. I am the sunshine you feel on your skin. I'm the wind you feel through your hair, driving with the music blasting. I'm the red cardinal outside your home. And I'm always with you. Love, always, your mom, Catherine. Can I give you a hug?
Once the letter reading is complete, you can offer the protagonist the opportunity to respond. It is up to her if she chooses to do so. Reading the letter and hearing it can itself be a complete process.
Do you want to say anything back to your mother? Only if you feel like it. It may be complete.
I would just say that I know that you tried so hard. I know that. And I know deep down inside that you loved me. But you were in just so much pain. And the addiction just separated us, disconnected us. And I know deep down in my heart you really tried. And you're better off in a better place now, not with me.
And if this part of you could say something, what would it be, Devin?
It's just okay. There's a comfort. There's wanting to let go and know that it's okay. Just knowing that she tried.
You
and that
tried?
You tried, and that you're with me. And I know that you're with me today.
So what you saw there was Devin healing the relationship rupture inside of her. She may never hear that from her mother, although her mother spent the final period of her life in a hospital, couple of weeks, and she did finally have in that sober moment the mother she wishes she had had. But it's what she needed to hear. And it is remarkable how healing that is. Even though it may not have happened in life, it can happen in here as a surrogate experience, as a more ideal version of what you wish you had, so that you can template in some form what you didn't get. And now I'd like to, Ryan and Tim, I'd like to go back and see if I can retry a couple of the films that stopped. What do you think?
You might want to try just one of them, and if it doesn't work, I would continue on with the presentation.
Okay, okay, I'll do that.
Going on, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Just let it happen.
Okay.
Any more shivers?
All sorts of things.
All sorts of things.
Yeah.
So what's?
Yeah, basically, I don't want to be here, and I don't really want to be sober, and it's not that I don't want to be sober and I don't want to be drunk. I don't want to be either one of those things. I just don't really want to be living in this life.
Let the tears come if they want to. Just let them come. The less you fight it, the more the healing.
Still the same thing, I guess.
Okay, then I would just move on with the presentation, and we can try to troubleshoot over break.
Okay. So what you're seeing is the integration of several approaches. And I wanted to explain this to you because it's really the way I have developed this over a long period of time. In the late 80s, I started to read Bessel van der Kolk's work. And it changed everything for me because, as I had mentioned earlier, as a child of an alcoholic, we really didn't understand trauma. We didn't understand alcoholism. We didn't understand emotional dysregulation. And we didn't understand that a family could be traumatizing to each other. And yet it was very obvious to me in my own life that I had experienced what Bessel was talking about. And when he made it user-friendly for the mental health field, it just burst on the scene and changed everything. I began integrating it into psychodrama immediately. It just found its way into all the work that I did because it was so much easier to see people as, to see myself as working with trauma-related symptoms or not, rather than working with, say, a narcissist or a borderline or a, not that those diagnoses aren't helpful, but in terms of doing psychodrama, trauma is a much more body-mind information approach. For example, using role reversal addresses narcissism. You could see that as an inability to role reverse, but set in by trauma at a very young age. So you might do very simple role plays that incorporate role reversal. And just let that be a treatment over a long period of time. And in fact, have a couple of ways of holding someone in role reversal. And those two ways that I have discovered that are the most user-friendly are doubling for someone in the role of another, someone who can't inhabit the role of another person, which becomes very obvious in a psychodrama. Keep doubling for them. Invite the group to double and make sure and invite them to double for them for that role of the other person, and make sure they're not doubling for their read on the role or their projection of the role, or they want to call out the person through role reversal and make them look bad or something like that. Make sure they understand that the true role reversal is standing in the shoes of this other person, feeling as them, thinking as them, and talking as them. That is very reparative for both trauma and a narcissism. There's an overlap. And if you talk about a borderline, that's trauma related too. So if you look at trauma as at the center of these different diagnoses, it becomes easier to treat. And if you understand that using the dynamics of psychodrama, that role reversal is gold in treating these kinds of things. And doubling is gold. And the second way of holding somebody in the role of another is role reversal interview. I really like that. And I could use an example of someone who is in my group, and I'd worked with her for years. She had a second child, and she had been a very active alcoholic for the first 3 years of the life of her first child, right? This was her second child. She was now a sober, very sober woman, but still couldn't bond with this second child. Now, I waited for a long time because there was just no opening, right, in group. We just kept talking about it and working with it in one way or another, but the opening wasn't there. Finally, one day she came to group fully open. And when that moment happens, stop the clocks and do the drama. So we enrolled her and her second child, and I just reversed roles and basically kept her in the role of the child for, it was a long group. It went for 4 hours. I want to say an hour and a half at least, just in the role of the baby, talking as the baby, feeling as the baby, the interviewer as the baby. Other people would double for the baby's experience. Maybe we do a role reversal to the mother, but predominantly she was experiencing the role of her child. Because the opening was there in her own psyche, and because of the work we did, she came back to the next group. She fired the nanny. She was full-time mother, and she was all in, taking the child everywhere and very connected. She had broken through something. So when you work with these different populations, if you understand the use of the techniques, the power of embodiment, and keep it simple, that's what's going to do the major healing. So Peter, you saw Peter Levine's work rising up in all of the dramas we did, that this deep feeling, once I understood Peter's work, I started looking for it. And I realized that, and none of this is Moreno's, right? I mean, Moreno understood maybe much of this, but the research wasn't there. So it was up to me to integrate Bessel's research, Peter's research, Steve Porges's research. And that's been the exciting journey of talking about why psychodrama works from the neurobiological point of view. Feeling arising in the body. And Peter is so, defining of that field, and created a form of work that is integratable into psychodrama, and with his permission and support, right? That's what Peter knows he's created, is something that can be integrated into other forms of therapy. So it integrates perfectly into psychodrama, and you saw how it happened. Steve Porges, where doesn't he integrate into this work? He understands healing through co-regulation. He understood my creating a different form of therapy in which the role of the therapist was greatly reduced and the role of the group interaction was accessed and given the stage. All of the polyvagal approach, neuroception, all of this is present in the role play and what we're working with in these role plays. Dick Schwartz, you will see in our virtual attachment timeline later, how I didn't even remember I had done this. It's just the person doing the timeline said, I've been working with this with IFS. So we just went in that direction because Dick's work is already role oriented. So it doesn't really matter if you're enrolling what the protagonist is telling you is their mother or their so-and-so self or whatever, or their exiled self or their firefighter self or the self that came up in their IFS. It's all role-based. And I have done this with Dick too, and it's a very easy toggling back and forth between the methods. And he does this now too with his work. He uses psychodrama and role reversal. There's a very easy interface. And Bessel's theoretical underpinnings, of course, got all this going. You know, the whole notion that trauma was in the body was earth-shaking when he started talking about it. And of course, that was traumas in the body, psychodrama's body. Here we go. And Bessel, too, loves psychodrama and did a beautiful endorsement for this book, as did Peter for this particular book, and Steve in a previous one. Bessel just understands why this embodiment and healing is working for trauma. So then Tian, I came up with RTR sociometrics. The reason I did is because there was just too much to do in addiction facilities, and addiction facilities were doing psychodrama in a way that could be re-traumatizing. The mystery of it is it was still often very healing. So I did psychodrama for years before I knew I was doing psychodrama. We called it experiential therapy. And when I found out all about psychodrama and got trained in it, I started to go back into the field and train people in the addictions field and point them towards psychodrama. And that created a real connection between the two fields that I thought was so important, because the addictions field is where psychodrama has really stayed alive in the United States. It's really been given this big, rich life. And that has been an exciting journey to be part of, and part of training people to do it better and use Moreno's architecture, which is the stage, the protagonist, the director, the auxiliary egos, and the witnesses. And in a good psychodrama group, everybody's working all at the same time. The problems in using it as experiential therapy and the way it sometimes gets hybridized in the field is there is too much making up that the role players do. If the therapists like training, they get worried and they want to push for a catharsis, because the catharsis makes you feel like you're really doing something. What we're looking for in psychodrama is, yes, fine, a catharsis, of course, that's part of what's happening. But ultimately, we want a catharsis of integration, where there's a shift in perception, in behavior. We don't just want it to be constantly getting angry at the same people or grieving over and over again the same things. We want to create a shift. And for that to happen, the work needs to be more measured and titrated, as you're seeing in these films. You're not seeing these huge major things necessarily, because that's not my goal. My goal is that the person actually stay on board mentally as they're doing the work as much as possible, because it's already, as you saw with Lori, disorienting just to put it all on stage. So if you take that disorientation and you just turn it into an abreaction of anger or blame, you're just kind of recreating the intergenerational way that trauma passes down. Get angry, blame the next guy. So we want to create these shifts where then Lori sees, oh my God, I didn't see till I put it all on stage that this was passing down the pain. And you don't get a chance to see that if you're doing psychodrama in an abreactive way, if you're always just getting intensely angry and intensely sad, and then that's the end of the psychodrama. You want to get more on stage that you can work with, so you can start to really work with the dynamics and reshape them. Pushing for catharsis was a very common mistake. Constantly blaming the parents, if that happens all the time, something new to think about. We want to add internal roles. I find that is a good deterrent against it. It expands the drama. It encourages people to take more ownership of their own part, what they're bringing, their own sadness, their own anger, their own whatever. think now we'll see what's next. The attachment timeline, virtual. Let me see. We have time to watch that and ask a few questions. So I'm not going to stop it again because I don't want to take a chance, but what you will see here is how psychodrama works virtually and how the sociometrics I've created that are in this workbook are much easier to do virtually because they're already in processes. But the processes themselves leave room for all of the spontaneity and creativity that is the core goal of psychodrama. You don't want to create processes that have goals. You want to create processes that still allow the protagonist to be in charge and that are open-ended. So that's what I have done. And here we go. So enter in anything for yourself that feels rupturing in the most subtle way, that carried in a relationship in a significant way, that was or wasn't repaired. You can enter a repair in. You can enter also moments of where you felt very seen and connected. So that's it. Do you need more instruction with that? Is that sufficient? Anybody need more time?
Well, my dad's easy. I wasn't attached to him at all. He was a workaholic, or just working all the time. Then on the weekends, he was either like hunting or, doing whatever he needs to do to kind of, regulate from the work week. And it wasn't around us. My sisters would go to him to connect, but I wouldn't. And I remember being in rehab and saying that to him, like, I didn't have any sort of attachment to you. And he said, well, it's a two-way street. And I was talking as like a 5-year-old. So like my dad very much expected children to reach out to the adult to connect, not the opposite. It was a very kind of just strange way to look at connection. Like it was the child's responsibility as much as the adult's responsibility. So with the fact that I had no attachment to my dad, that made for a very rocky attachment with men throughout my attachment history, and always getting involved with unavailable men, whether it's drug addiction, mental health, drug addiction, mental health, that kind of thing. And with my mom, I was sick at 11 weeks. So I was in the ICU and away from her. And I think that even though I was so young, that time away for those couple of weeks, I think really imprinted an anxiety about me becoming sick to my mom. And it was the one place where she could show up for me. Like if I got sick later on, if anyone else got sick, if any of my other sisters got sick, it was like, whatever, deal with it. But if I got sick, there was real attention and focus towards that. And I think it's interesting that then I developed an addiction, which again brought attention to me with being sick in a different way. But my mom had 3 of us, like Irish twins, right in a row. She had a husband who worked all the time and who's Latin and expected dinner to be made, house to be clean, like very Latin kind of expectations of what the roles were. And she was completely overwhelmed. And the poem, what I remember about my mom, just her always being snappy, upset, shrill, just very much like always just cutting quick. If it was too loud, everything was just like this, like frantic, frenetic kind of stuff. And so I remember thinking, be small, don't make noise, and really figure out a way to defrost mom. So the way that I attached to my mom was like adoration, adoring, anything she liked, I liked. just be as pleasing as possible. You know, she liked acting, so I wanted to take an acting class. She likes musical theater, so I wanted to do musical theater. And that was kind of like how I got needs met, was just to appease, fawn, kind of that kind of survival mode. Later, when I remember there being a rupture, when I was started to get bullied in 6th grade, I'd come to my mom crying almost every day. And she would tell me to pray about it, and also like threatened to send me to therapy for it. And I remember thinking, like, I don't need God, I need my mother. And that was a real sentiment in my childhood, was just very much like she couldn't fulfill my emotional needs. It was just too much for her. And so I just kind of like pushed them down, and learned how to do that in different ways. And then when individuation happened, as a teen, and I realized like acting and singing and all these things I was really talented at, they weren't making me friends, I dropped them. And that's when I started getting into drugs and deep addiction. And my mom didn't know what to do about it. So then it very much became a crisis-oriented, highly combative relationship with my mom for a very, very long time. Healing came and repair came when I had my first kid, because it made me, at the birth of Finn, it made me realize that like nothing was personal, like nothing, that everything that she was doing had nothing really to do with me. And from the child perspective, I was stuck in a child perspective for 35 years, thinking everything she did had to do with me. And so it got me out of like what you call, Tian, that child think like mode. And I really deeply understood that it, like, having a kid doesn't change you necessarily. Like, that's not, you don't just all of a sudden become different. And so that was really healing. With my dad's repair came in once I came into recovery, and he really, he kind of disowned me and really decided, I mean, he said to me, he's like, I have to love you. I do not like you. I don't want you anywhere near me. You're a monster, you know, all these things around when I was addicted. And the therapist had to tell him, like, no, she's actually has this real thing and it makes her lie. It makes her do these things, but she's not a monster. So I did kind of deal with all of that in early recovery. But my dad, when I finally got it around 26 and really started my recovery, he, in my 30s, I think, said to me, took my hand, and it was a moment, and he just said, like, I think you got lost, and I'm sorry that I wasn't the father that you needed me to be. And so we've had a lot of repair, me and my dad.
Listening to you, Heather, I got so much more of an understanding of what this is, what this exercise is. And like little pieces of my own life just sort of got shaped into spaces that match this or that don't match this from your share. So thank you.
Which is this powerful sociometry of group psychotherapy, you know, Moreno's gift to the world. That's the sociometry, psychodrama sociometry group psychotherapy of Moreno's triadic system. This is the sociometry piece of group psychotherapy, that identification and the expansion of somebody's awareness through the listening and identifying. So thanks. Anyone else warmed up to share your timeline?
I can go. I mean, mine's like I'm a little confused, I guess. Because I feel like mine's a little confusing. And my heart's like racing. So
Does your
I
heart
think
want
that
to say anything before you start? Does your heart want to, or do you want to put your hand there and talk from there?
I think I'm just noticing the lack of attachment, the only person I can connect to is myself. That's it. I can't, that's the only thing I can rely on. That's what I feel. So it's like kind of, it feels intense because I think that's how I've always felt.
And if you
Just that everyone is kind of unstable, and I have to stabilize myself is kind of what I keep coming back to. That's what I think. Just both of my parents were super unstable. So they were, when I was born, they were both addicts. So I think that the first year of my life, they were both using, and I just can't, now being a parent, I can't imagine at all how that could. So I just think that's the instability that I'm connecting with. And even though my dad got sober, he was still a newly sober person. So they were both so unstable for so long. And it's like, I'm thinking about my grandparents who were involved, like my mother's parents, and I hated going there. And I hated being at my mom's. And I did like being at my dad's, but nothing felt good. That's what actually keeps coming up. Is like when I go to my aunt's, I'd feel relief. When I go to friends' houses, I'd feel relief. But within my own connection to attachment with my parents, nothing felt good. That's actually what's coming up. So it's just unstable. It was just unstable. And then what I think everyone knows this was presented to me is that my dad was the savior and my mother was like the messed up person, which was also very confusing because, and this is, so my mom passed away when I was 13. That's the timeline. And then there was never repair. The repair has actually been since I've been a mother because I now understand how hard it is and how hard it must have been for her. I don't attach to people. I don't. I'm so protective. It's crazy. Like I can't think of one person other than like my husband and my son. And even my husband's still really, really, really hard. Help, I've been doing some IFS work and this came up.
Okay.
And I told, this is what I wanted to be told.
Yeah.
I wanted to be sat down and someone to hold my arms.
This is the IFS part.
And to tell me that I don't have to do anything I don't want to do. And that like everything's gonna be okay. That's what I wanted. I think that you don't have to do anything you don't want to do is very big because I think I was constantly just doing nothing that I wanted to do.
Can you reverse roles for a moment now and answer back as the child to the adult self who just said that very big thing to her? This is the integration of the IFS.
I keep being made to, nothing feels right, nothing feels good, nothing's comforting. No one's explaining anything, and it just feels horrible. And I constantly am going to places that I don't want to go and being forced to do things I don't want to do, and nothing feels like it's about me. I'm just gonna try to behave and be good when I'm with my dad, so hopefully he'll keep me, but he doesn't ever. he always sends me back and he always leaves. And so it doesn't matter. There's nothing I could do. That's what it is. It doesn't matter how good I am. It doesn't matter how bad I am. I feel zero control. There's absolutely no control over anything that's going on. And even any behaviors that I try to change or be, nothing shifts. It's all the same.
I give up trying to get it right for all of you and trusting all of you. I give up.
Yes, I have to just stay in my room and I have to just like watch TV and play with my toys and be there for myself. Because that's the only time I can like feel regulated. I feel constantly passed off. Is it going to be to my grandparents today? Is it going to be to my mom? Is it going to be to my dad? Is it going to be to a babysitter? Am I going to be in daycare all day long? Am I going to be there's no, and all of it feels bad. None of it feels comforting. None of it feels safe. None of it feels like healthy attachment. It was never about anything that I wanted to do, ever. And if I tell you I don't like something, or if I tell you that it doesn't feel good, if I tell you that I want to do something, it doesn't matter. Ever. I'm just gonna have to take care of myself. I know how to do that.
Okay.
And I have had to.
If that part of you, if that little girl who just came to that conclusion that it was only going to work to take care of herself is sitting in front of you now, you've reversed roles and you're the adult again, what do you want to say to her, knowing what you know?
Like, I'm so sorry that no one was listening or paying attention or cared or seemed to care. I'm so sorry that you had to go in your room and regularly take care of yourself. And like, I'm gonna pick you up and I'm gonna regulate you and I'm gonna help you feel better. And I'm gonna create a home that's safe and warm and that you're gonna like want to be there all the time. You're never gonna want to leave because it's gonna feel so good. It's so comfortable. It's gonna be filled with stability and like happiness and love. And I'm gonna ask you what you want to do all the time. And I'm gonna really listen to you. And I'm gonna explain to you if something is going wrong. And I'm gonna explain to you what's happening so you're not so confused. And I'm gonna talk to you about how this has anything that goes wrong has nothing to do with you at all. I'm gonna protect you. I just want to like carry you around and hold you and comfort you.
Better.
Yeah. I have like a rash. Look at this.
Wow.
So like physical. It's crazy.
It's all coming up. If that rash could
Yeah.
talk, what would it say? Sound, or what sound would it make? Should we all growl with?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Thank you, Marissa. Anything else you want to say before we?
No, it's yeah, the work. No, just this work is incredible. It's like it just
So if anybody wants to share anything, go ahead. Beautiful work.
I keep thinking of you being in Babyland, you know,
Yeah,
and how
I
you're
am.
doing it now, and how important and beautiful it is that you can do this work and have that connection.
So I want to decode this with you just a bit. First of all, these hearts and the celebration and the thumbs up, and it's so beautiful to watch in conjunction with these videos because you're all feeling along with her, and these various emojis, you know, it is how you feel. Obviously, you're seeing. You celebrate these moments of connection and healing, and they are so heartfelt, and they stay. And it is so beautiful. I just love it. It's so sweet. Thank you. It's just, I hear you, I feel you. It's so sweet. So, you know, this work is, we pour our hearts into this work, and we all do. You're all doing it right now. We all are doing this together. And I really think that this is why you're seeing my attempt to make this easy to do. You see how easy this was to do. Psychodrama is so profoundly healing, but it's healing in all of these other forms that I'm giving you today and in this book and so on. These simplified forms that this is so easy to do. I did, you know, almost nothing. And I'm going to go through what I did that you saw me double once, I think. I give up. I give up. Now that's straight Bessel van der Kolk. That is, you know, on his list of collapse of symptoms, collapse and helplessness. This is how I work with those things psychodramatically. When it's there, it's there. And then when you double it, it means something. You saw Peter Levine in the growl. That is classic Peter. And then the release of laughter afterwards, and you get that growl out, that child animal growl. You saw this, I give up. I'm taking notes so I don't forget to say this. This is a question of reading my own writing. I give up Bessel, Peter. The rash is where the Peter work came in. So she said there's a rash. And, you know, of course, a rash means something. So if your rash could say something, what would it be? It didn't want to say something, it wanted to make a sound. And then we all made the sound with her. So it's just to deal with self-consciousness, to double the sound. And the repair was spontaneous. You saw her own self-repair happening. So there was no need to bring in a new role or anything like that. She just got there on her own. And if you, I don't know if you saw the IFS interface, it was a little hard to hear. She said, I've been doing some IFS. And then you might not have seen it because I just went with it. Because if that's what's working and that's what she's doing in some other room and getting her in touch with these parts, beautiful, bring it into here. And it just, you could see her comfort level enhanced because she could use the work she did there and bring it in here, and it just all works together. So the IFS, the reason you may or may not have noticed it is because it's so simpatico, it's role-based. So she was talking to the child self that she got in touch with in IFS. So then all I had to say was, if that child were sitting in front of you, what would you say to her? And now you can reverse roles and talk back to the child and then become the adult talking to her child. And then the repair just happened. I would make you a safe place you'd want to be all the time. I'd never make you do things you didn't want to do. She said all of the things to the child in her that she longed to hear from the adults in her life. And that's what will help her not to pass this on intergenerationally, because she now has this child in her life. So the child in her life is triggering the child she was. And she has the wisdom and understanding to use what is getting triggered to heal. That's called that's an age correspondence reaction. And that's where the pain either gets passed down intergenerationally or healed intergenerationally. It's just beautiful if you can start to use the relationships of your life as healing. And I certainly, with my husband, in all these many, almost 50 years, have learned that if it's hysterical, it's historical. That if it's an overreaction, I need to examine what I'm bringing and how the intensity of the relationship bond is pulling up in me, my history. And I'm still finding pieces of history that come up because life stimulates them. If you don't get it stimulated with your children, it'll come all around again when they have children. Then it gets stimulated. So just, buckle up. It's a journey, but it's a beautiful journey when you understand how to find your footing in the boat. So questions, Ryan, are there a couple of questions before we break for lunch?
There are. So we've probably got 10, 12 minutes to get through as many as we can here. A couple of different questions that are looking for some detail and working with people with histories of sexual abuse. So addressing it in psychodrama seems like re-traumatization is very possible. Just anything you can speak to that and what folks can do.
Yes, because I work with that a lot. And I never, ever recreate the scene of the abuse. Never, ever. That's where the re-traumatization comes in. Just don't do it. Let somebody talk about it. If they want to talk to any aspect of it, talk to themselves, talk to, it's person by person. There is no formula for this. Don't go into the abuse scene. I think that is, it's too much. But you can, for example, I'm thinking of one case of someone who's very severely traumatized, and she remembered things. She remembered a dark night. She remembered the feeling of grass on her back. She remembered muffled sounds, that kind of thing. You can talk to any of that. Talk to the feeling of grass. What did it feel? You can say, what did it feel like? But you can talk to it and as it. That's my rule of thumb. Don't create the scene. Talk to bits and parts of the self that might have. You just want to bring the self that shut down back into life and an ability to feel and talk. And I know you're thinking maybe things like, do you talk to the perpetrator? When do you do it? There's no there's no formula for that. And I would never set up that scene either, unless it happens spontaneously. Great question. Thank you for asking that. I hope that was an adequate answer. Yeah.
Next one. I think a couple of folks noting that a lot of the folks have obviously you're working with the empty chair are insightful. They have a lot of self-awareness, a lot of self-insights. What do you do when you're starting out and somebody doesn't have that? Is there anything you can do to kind of get there?
Well, that's what sociometrics are all about. If you're working in a group, just warm up, warm up, warm up, warm up, warm up. You don't ever have to get to the empty chair. You can get to it easily. As little distance between the warm up and the work as possible. Little distance. Some people will talk a lot about it. They'll get the group all warmed up and ready to roll. And then they'll talk about it and say, but now we're going to do this. Now we're going to, there's a warm up there. Somebody's standing up. You saw it with Dana. It was warm up to action. Warm up to action. warm up to embodiment. That's the whole purpose of the warm up, is to give it a gentle, seamless lead into the embodiment. So don't talk it. Don't say we're doing an empty chair. Or in one-to-one, what I do is I keep in my office, you know, a little child's chair that just happened to be my own kid's child chair, and you know, another chair. And if somebody's talking to something, I might just say during it, I don't stand up the way I did with Dion and set it up. I'll just say, if your mom were sitting there, what would you say to her? Or if that sad part of yourself was sitting in that chair, or if that young part of yourself were sitting in that little chair over there, what would you say to that part of yourself? And then they might say something, and I'd say reverse roles, talk back, and I might double just from my chair very gently, almost the way you saw me doing it online. Just throw it in. It's very organic. So if you're doing one-to-one, just let it be a part of the scene. Let it be long warm up, short empty chair, long let's unpack that. How was that? That kind of thing. And in the insight part of your question, people have a lot more insight than stay out of the interpretation and let them do it. And also, if they're staring at an empty chair and can't speak, the double can be, I can't even speak to you. I can't form words, you know. And then you might say, can you just double for yourself in that spot? Or your double might be enough to unblock them. Yeah.
Next one, here's someone who says they do timelines with people all the time and think they're great. However, they get feedback sometimes at the next session. The client said they were symptomatic for a couple of days afterward. That's something that you find, and how do you combat that?
So here's the general rule of thumb. Warm up, action, sharing. The way people often do, I mean, consider the timeline, the psychodramatic action portion. And a lot of people do psychodrama and action like this: warm up, action, sharing. I have been trained warm up, action, sharing. When I used to train with Zerka, we would share at the end of the day. Sometimes we'd have these long training days, and the sharing would go on forever. I mean, as somebody in training, I would want to say, and then Zerka, after I thought it went on forever and ever, Zerka would say, is there anything else? Anything else? Have you shared? Have you shared? And, you know, as the person there, I wanted to just stop, I want to go home. But we didn't walk out of Zerka's sessions carrying stuff. So I learned what sharing is for. I think that's without knowing the particulars. I'm sorry, I don't know the particulars behind your question, but not knowing those, that would be a rule of thumb to try. Just, you know, even if you, we did in this session, which was a 2-hour session, those 2 timelines, and the rest was warm up and sharing to give you a little bit of a framework. And that was the virtual one we just saw. Okay.
All right, a couple here on floor checks.
Yeah.
And maybe they'll combine into one here if I can do it right. But when it comes to the floor checks, how many feeling states are you putting on the ground? Mm-hmm. And are there spectrums of them, as in some of the different physical sociograms? And then somebody's asking if there's a list somewhere of the feelings.
Do you have all the floor checks in the book, all laid out, all the steps laid out, everything laid out? I wouldn't do this. I'm not trying to sell the book, but I wouldn't do it if you haven't got the book in front of you to look and study and stuff like that. I wouldn't do it just from watching. I would do the combination. That's the idea of doing the free day long, is that this should help you understand the book. It's a better way to learn. And of course, there's a certificate. You can get more training. The training is the way to feel comfortable. they're different floor checks. I've got 100 floor checks, 200 floor checks. I make them all the time. You can make them for your own population, for your own age group. I think I talk about, I'm not sure if I talk about adapting in the book, but you just change what's on the floor according to your needs. The spectrogram, you asked if there is a spectrum of feeling, that in the sharing, that will come out. I mean, if you share the feeling of sadness, you're going to talk about, I'm a little sad because, or I'm very sad because. Now, I think I will bring the spectrogram in after lunch and start with that. We didn't do that, but it will be handy for you to see now because that is so easy to use. So I would just follow the prompts that are in the book on the floor checks. You'll find them very simple.
And here's somebody's asking about number of participants. Is there a preference when you're doing psychodrama groups? Is there a number of participants that is preferential? Like, is it more or less, or what do we look at?
Well, is that psychodrama? It's psychodrama or sociometrics? I'm going to answer for both. Psychodrama, you can really do it with any number. It's nice to have a little bit of 10, 12 people, because then you have more options for choosing roles. There's a little more in the room to work with. A group of 8 is fine. A group of 10 is fine. A group of 20 is fine. A group of 40 is fine. A group of 100 is fine. I've worked in every size group with psychodrama and sociometrics. And if you do a huge group, of course, with psychodrama, then you're just working with who is on the stage, and then there are 80 or 100 or 200 people watching that and playing roles and so on. And then you want to, again, keep the sharing long. And if the group is too big, invite them to share in smaller groups so they get some sharing time, because it is triggering. And sociometrics, the biggest group I've worked with, it was 1,000. And that was just wonderful. It worked exactly the same doing floor checks with 1,000 people. It just was many groups, many groups doing all of the same kind of work. And they just sort of self-regulated. Mammals self-regulate. Mammals regulate each other. It is a natural limbic regulation that happens in herds. It's for the better, for the worse. Mob psychology, there's also a very positive regulation that happens in groups. When you go to a religious group and you come out feeling calmer, when you go to a concert and you come out feeling however you come out feeling, depending on the nature of the music, groups regulate each other. So that happens in these groups too. I think that's about it. Is that it?
I think we're at 1 minute to break here, so maybe we'll call it and come back here after the 1 hour, I believe at this point. So starting now, would be back in an hour.
An hour, or is it 1 hour or 1 hour and a half?
I think we shrunk down to an hour to account for our technical difficulties. We'll make sure we make up the time, folks, so that those of you who are looking to get CE credit will not encounter difficulties there. So I think we're going to do a 1 hour here.
Okay.
We'll see you in an hour.
In an hour. Hello. Welcome back. I hope you had a nice lunch and a nice break. I thought we would start with the spectrogram because it came up in the questions, and it's a good time in the process to look at something that is a warm-up, something that is very easy to do that you'll be able to picture doing tomorrow, and something that helps people with issues of emotional regulation. Here you go. We're doing a spectrogram. The spectrogram, think of it as a graph on the floor. It is all about how much.
Your slides on our end.
I'm going to show you is just a basic spectrogram to find out where people are in the group. And you can learn so much about your group from a spectrogram. I can hear someone. I find the easiest way to do it.
That's me. You need to share your slides. I'm hearing the video, but not seeing your slide shared.
Okay, let me look back at that. Okay, it's clicked, slideshow.
Okay, cool. And then share sound. And then share.
Do you want me to try it again?
Yes.
Are you seeing it now?
No. Are you still able to see share screen on the bottom of your screen, bottom middle? Green share screen button.
If I go in your window, sure, yeah.
Okay, so just navigate to where your slides are, and then share the slides.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if you're going to get the right share.
Seeing spectrogram on my end, you'll just want to play from current slide. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. You're wonderful. Oh, you're wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so thank you. The spectrogram is all about how much, how little. This is one of the most user-friendly sociometrics of Moreno's ever. It can go anywhere. It can go in school systems, in boardrooms, in business. It's all about how to introduce your group to self-regulation. I use it in our mental health field as a self-regulation tool, but it's also just a way to, you'll see, jump in and tell the group where you're at. Some treatment facilities that I have worked with, if they have, say, different groups, and then they have one large meeting room of the full community or a part of a bunch of people, in the morning and at night, we'll use it in the morning and at night to see where the group is in the morning and what shifted in the evening. It's a warm-up to action. It's an exercise in and of itself. Without further ado, here is the spectrogram. We're doing a spectrogram. The spectrogram, think of it as a graph on the floor. It is all about how much, how little. But the first spectrogram I'm going to show you is just a basic spectrogram to find out where people are in the group. And you can learn so much about your group from a spectrogram. So I find the easiest way to do it is 100% here. Let's say this is 0%. And then I ask criterion questions. You locate yourself, and that's about 50 right in the middle, where your answer is on the stage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this 0?
That's
100.
Clients are invited to stand on the line in the place that feels right to them in the moment.
So I need to tell you that I'm learning about my group from watching where you locate yourself. And it happens that fast. So tell where you are percent-wise and share a sentence about where you're standing, I'm on this percent, da-da-da-da.
I'm all in. I'm 100%. I love this work. I love this work. I'm 100%. I'm all in.
I would say I'm 100%. I'm sold. I have experienced it through my retreats for people who you have trained, and now I'm on the other end, and it's so healing. I'm a huge believer in experiencing, and I can only learn through experience. And a lot of this, I'm finding that it's a lot about energy, and I can be in my head a lot, and dropping into my body. This makes me drop into my body, and you can feel the shift, and it's pretty incredible. So, thank you.
Me too. I'm 100% in. I'm just warmed up and warmed up and warmed up, and it's like I'm so busy being on the facilitator end of it that I don't even realize how much you get from those, what we call simple exercises, and it's really not simple in my body. I'm not feeling simple, but it's I feel really warmed up, ready, and and I've gotten a lot of things for myself here, like healing pieces already, just from doing what we've done.
I'm at 75%, maybe. This is totally new, very different from any sort of therapeutic models that I've ever seen. So I'm just kind of still trying to get oriented with everything, but just super impressed by the experience. And like you said, how you kind of just fall into your body. I'm also around 70 just because I have a hard time getting out of my head. And so it's hard for me to let me go read a letter. Love watching other people. Really hard to get up and do it myself.
And if you could stand behind yourself and double on the hard to read myself, what would you say? Take a step back.
I'm afraid I'm going to do it wrong. I'm afraid I'm going to be judged.
I just want to speak from another 100%er. I can say that when I began implementing this model, I had some of the same things that you're talking about. But what I realized was once I put the things down on the floor and people started moving around, and it was just like walking. It was so easy to just watch the whole process unfold in front of me. And then whatever insecurities I had about implementing it went away, because I just did what I know how to do as a clinician and showed up for them in that way. And then, but I've also been pleasantly surprised in doing my own work and trainings how helpful that's been too. So it's like a little bit of both and, but the model itself is easy to stay, it makes it easy to stay out of the way.
Let's do one more question. Anybody have a question? Yeah?
How angry do you feel right now?
How angry would you feel right now? Because we just did anger. Very, very good question. And see, you saw that because you're in the group. I'm moving on and I'm in a different role. So I may not have thought of that. And it's why I like to get as much from the group as I can, because you're probably in touch with something I'm not in touch with, right? Okay, how angry are you right now? 100%, 0%, 50%. Same drill, just a sentence about why you're standing where you're standing.
I would say I'm standing at 15, maybe 10 or 15%. From my letter, there was a lot of I'm more in love and connection right now from the letter, hearing what I needed to hear. But there is a small part of me right now that is still angry about my relationship with my mom. But I'm more in love and connection and the healing that has just transpired.
think that's such a good portrayal of how this process works. I'm more this way, but still that way. And that, you know, baby steps, it's a process. Thank you.
42 and a half. I feel I'm trying to get in touch with the sad part or the anger part, and it's so hard. It's really hard, but it's amazing how this process brings the past and the present together, and like how you can connect those two and then just kind of like reconcile those two in a way that I haven't seen in like other modalities. So this is amazing.
So you saw a lot there, and I was doing so very little. They were referring to an anger floor check that we did. That's not a part of today. It's a part of the certificate, which there's a link with more information on that at the bottom of this. The spectrogram is used here as a warm-up. It's also used as a sort of a continuation of the process. You can see it's another chance for people to share, to bring some closure, to just have another place to put something out there. And you can see, I hope, how very easy this is to do. You can apply this to anything. How comfortable are you at this board meeting? How familiar are you with the subject matter? How comfortable are you in treatment? How uncomfortable are you in treatment? How much do you wish you were still self-medicating? How hard is it for you to stay sober? And you can change the criterion questions to be anything. And as you saw, you can ask the group also, and the group will throw in what they want to learn. And groups can be loaded with their own wisdom and in touch with what's going on. Now I'm going to speed through to get to where we left off. So excuse me while I move through a bunch of slides. Hey, let's go and see if Deanne could possibly work now, if the angels of Zoom have. Maybe not. Anyway, you'll have it in what you get from this. Attachment timeline, social atom, experiential letter writing. And we landed on this slide. I'd like to ask if there are any other questions right now related to this integration, because I feel the importance of it, because I feel I'm integrating other people's work. So I know this is kind of sudden, but if you happen to have a question, just now's the time to ask on this. Anything, Ryan? Or should we just keep moving?
Well, we've got at least one, and I know there was another that a lot of people have been asking. So maybe we can start with one that's kind of a quick review of terminology, with people asking about doubling and just wanting a better definition, a little more about that, just to make sure they're clear on what's going on there.
Okay, so doubling is speaking the inner life of either yourself, or when you're in role reversal, if you say, I'm talking to my mother, reverse roles, now you are your mother talking back to yourself. The protagonist can double also as the mother. What does not happen is group members never double for the roles, for the protagonist doubles for themselves, or themselves in role reversal. The group members can follow the protagonist in either of those. They don't double for a person playing a role. So it's always protagonist led. We're doubling either what the protagonist is saying for themselves or not saying. In role reversal, we can double for what the protagonist can double for whatever role they're playing, and a group member can jump in and double as long as it's the protagonist, or the protagonist in role reversal they're doubling for. And that's okay. So that's how doubling works. I like to let group members double as long as they stay within these parameters. I think it adds, they attend well, they watch, and then they do what I ask them to do is if you feel you identify and want to double, jump up and do it immediately. What you don't want to have is somebody thinking, gosh, I could double that, and then beat. And by the time they get up there, the protagonist has moved on and they're thinking they're in a whole different internal space. You want it to just help the protagonist feel supported. And as you notice, I always say, does that make sense? Does that feel right? If not, don't wear it. So that the protagonist is always in charge of whether or not the double is working for them. And some protagonists like to say, no, that doesn't feel right. No, that doesn't feel right at all. And sometimes that's what they more clarifying to tell you that it's not working. And then you can say, so make it right for you. So there's no such thing as doubling wrong. So don't worry about that. The only wrong doubling is to double for a role player who is not the protagonist or the protagonist in role reversal. In other words, if a group member is playing the brother, nobody's free to double for the brother, the group member playing the brother, because then a protagonist gets ganged up on. Okay.
And modality specific wise, there's one IFS question. And so kind of, if you could talk more about IFS in addressing childhood trauma, this person in particular looking for preventing their client from getting stuck in the story and kind of what they can do there to encourage healing.
Well, I'm not an IFS practitioner, so I wouldn't want to speak about IFS if you don't mind, but I can certainly give you my take on how IFS addresses that and how psychodrama addresses that. So IFS is broken out into all these various roles. And I find the movement of that into the movement of the roles that come up through doing IFS to be very organic. I've only done IFS directed by Dick or in a collegial way with Dick. So that's a pretty narrow view of it and a pretty privileged view. But I have felt completely dropped into the role. In terms of how do I do that in psychodrama, get people out of the story? All these various ways. Use your techniques to keep them in role or role reversal, or use doubling. And if they get intellectual, if that's what you're asking, if they get heady, I just bring them back into the techniques and into the moment. And here, there was one moment, I think, in one of these dramas where I said, talk to, not about. That's what people do. They'll suddenly withdraw and start talking about the person or about it. Now, some people need to talk a little story. They just need to tell kind of a story because it's just too much to drop in. But I try to get them to drop in as quickly and organically as possible. The attachment timeline that was virtual, that was on the border of storytelling and organic, but you could see how it became very organic. In that, with that second protagonist particularly, you could just see her moving in and out of story. And, I'd use doubling to bring her back into the story. When she mentioned doing IFS, I just went with it. And then because it broke out into roles, it's easier to keep people out of a story when they're engaged in a role play, much easier. If you're doing a social atom, I always have somebody play the self so that the protagonist can move in and out. If they're telling a story, bring them out. And if it gets too story, just have them to talk to themselves in the drama. So that if you keep the role relationship alive, and if they go into story, just say, talk to, not about, then that helps to stay out of story. Good question.
And I think that's it specific to integration of other things. There's lots of other questions, but if you want to continue with this, we can jump back on those later.
I think I could do a couple more questions before we move on.
Let's grab some. Ooh, here's a good one. As a mental health provider, it was kind of stepping into other people's stories and lives and pain. Any suggestions on self-care during this process?
Lots of suggestions on self-care. I'm a little sort of, I do psychodrama. So I know that if I'm having a tired day or a bad day, people will pay for that. So for example, when I'm on the road, I don't go out at night. I certainly don't drink or anything like that. I try to get a very good night's sleep. If I'm doing psychodrama the next day, I wouldn't dream of not getting as good a night's sleep as I can get. I kind of live that way. I mean, I have friends, I have a social life, I have, family, children, grandchildren, and I try to do self-care for them too. I eat really carefully, very carefully. I stay no junk food, minimal sugar, that kind of the stuff you all know about. I just don't try to burn the candle at both ends. And when I do, I pay for it. And I think my clients pay for it. On the very visceral level, after you do a psychodrama, I've tried all these washes, healing baths, all this kind of stuff. If you hop in the shower with some salt, it will take that energy away. Sometimes there are little jingle things that work, but if change the energy. And I also find meditation, I try to keep time every morning for quiet. I do everything I can think of because it's intense work. So I understand. Yeah.
And maybe again, a segue with intense work. This individual has many clients with frequent suicidal ideation. Curious about how this works. Psychodrama, can you speak to the side of the client who wants to die?
Not very well. And I wouldn't want to presume to without knowing more about the cases you're talking about. That's a tough question to address to this larger group without knowing the particulars. So I'm going to beg your apology, but I believe in psychodrama. I believe in group therapy, and I believe I'm not the only source of hope. But I think the installation of hope and the connecting people with each other and with a 12-step program, if at all possible, a safety net that's there 24/7. I don't think it's so much what you do, only what you do in the room. The thing about 12-step programs is it makes you responsible for your own experience. And there is a spiritual awakening that is part of the program. I sort of think that's part of why ketamine has become popular and effective in some resistant disorders, because there's a spiritual awakening that's a part of it. I don't know myself, but I think the spiritual awakening of the 12-step programs is part of what helps people believe in life again. And I think also connecting to the parts of yourself that have been wounded, that have given up hope, that have been frozen in place and see no reason for continuing, and bringing them out onto the stage and letting them have their voice. I think all of this is helpful. But again, I don't know the case, so I wouldn't want to say anything too facile. Thank you for asking.
And here's someone's asking if you've ever had to stop a role play kind of partway through because the client's getting distressed. Is there kind of a threshold or a way to stop?
Yes, good question. Good question. I try to, I sort of think closure from the very beginning. I try to stay very calm and quiet. As you see, I'm not going for the big bang. I'm not going for the big expulsion, just for the reasons you're thinking. so that I can measure it along the way and so that it will be easy to wrap up. And I always use the line in any drama I do that I got from my trainer, Bob Soroka, say the last things you want to say for now. I love that line because it instructs the protagonist clearly. It's the same every time. And it says for now, with the implication that we'll always come back. So I think everything is in a temporary frame. We're just doing this little bit of it. And I like to keep dramas where closing them is not a very big issue. Does that, if that helps? I try not to get them too, unless I think the protagonist can really handle it. I don't spread it out too far. That's where, that earlier slide, adding too many roles, potential of re-traumatization, that's what I mean. Exactly what you're talking about. Just keep it simple till you really know your client well. Thanks for asking.
And then maybe one more now that's kind of about, again, we'll maybe combo a couple, but people asking about the groups. And so one in how do we build trust amongst group members so they feel safe to interact in this way? And then anything specifically for people who maybe some of their experience are group bullying in the past, and do we need to have special considerations to maybe get them to get more comfortable to participate?
Well, first of all, I don't think of it as only my job to build the trust. I think of it as the group's job to build the trust. Everything I'm showing you today in terms of the sociometrics has trust building baked into it. They're in charge of their own experience. They make the choices, right? I'm not saying you identify with that feeling. I'm saying, which feeling do you identify with? They are in charge of how much or how little they share or whether or not they want to share. I'm not looking at them and saying, we haven't heard from you. What do you think? I'm just letting them slowly come to the group. And if somebody has trouble with trust, it really helps if you have a larger group, and sometimes on the sharing with floor checks, just share with the people who are near you. So then maybe you've just got a couple people sharing together, 3 or 4 sharing together, and it's easier for them to build up a little trust, not having to open up in front of the whole group. That's another reason I designed floor checks the way I did. So there are many small incremental, potentially intimate moments of sharing that don't involve the whole group. You can build a lot of trust in those dyads and clusters. Put it on the spectrogram. How trusting do you feel in this group? How afraid are you of exposing yourself? How much are you carrying from previous group experiences? And then, of course, the person who's bullied has an opportunity to open up and say, I was bullied. And then you can just ask, anybody identify? There's a step-in circle. We're not doing it here, but it's wonderful. You stand in a circle and just, who like me? Right in the beginning, you're in a circle. You're standing very close together. Who like me likes movies? Step out. Step in the circle if you do. You look around, those people are in the circle with you. Step out. Who like me loves nature? You see the people step in. Who like me has been bullied? And once again, it's a group process. So the therapist can get it going, but then the group members carry it. So all of these, you could do a floor check and have bullying. I think I do have bullying as one of the floor checks, in certain floor checks. You can do a whole floor check around bullying. Yeah, just bring it into the work in a non-threatening way. That's how I handle it.
Perfect. Well, I think that's all for now, and then I'll just wait for the next round.
Okay. We did this, attachment timeline virtual. Resilience timeline is next. Now, the resilience timeline I added later. I had done the trauma timeline, the attachment timeline, and I had always added resilience into the trauma timeline and then tried not doing it. I find it easier to do the timelines with a simple theme rather than putting several themes into one timeline. The resilience timeline, we don't often, and I have a resilience floor check too, and a post-traumatic growth floor check, and lots of positive type stuff like that. The resilience timeline is really there to celebrate gains. It's there to brag on about yourself. It's there to talk about how good you feel about yourself. So I find creating a space for that that's deliberate really opens it up so that people feel free to talk about it. Helps clients acknowledge themselves or somebody else. It gives them an opportunity to thank somebody who was there for them along the way. And they can also talk to a future self on a resilience timeline that they may wish to become.
In my early 30s, a friend encouraged me to climb Mount Kilimanjaro with her. And I walked into it feeling like, I don't think I can do this, but if she's gonna do this, I have to do this. And for much of my climb up, so it was a 6.5 day climb up and a day and a half down. And for much of my climb up, I was just like, I'm just gonna go as far as I can go. And one night the guide actually sat down and was like, Kate, what is your goal? And I was like, to go as far as I can go. And he was like, you have to believe you can make it to the top. Mm-hmm. And it was such like oh, what am I doing in my life? Where am I not believing that I can make it to the top? So that was huge for me. And the fact that I did make it to the top was like life-changing.
And then I started thinking about all the people that came into my life at key times and how my relationships shifted at key times. Mm-hmm. And that was partially from what I did yesterday, but it was really validating to have these people on here, and also to look at this and see the accomplishments based on at certain ages, you know, and I minimized that. So that came up as I was writing it too. So it's good stuff. Thanks.
Oh God. I don't really want to, but I am going to.
How about if we walk yours? Do you want to walk yours?
Okay.
Yeah. Just walk it and stop at the ages you're sharing.
Okay. Very happy about that. Yeah. Very proud of that. Yeah.
Good for you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You're welcome. Just walk over to an area where you have stuff you feel good about, good decisions. Go over to the age, and you can talk to the person next to you.
Notice Lori skipping after doing what's.
You're sociometrically aligned according to age. Now just talk to each other. Yep.
I started writing Psychodrama.
Just do some sharing about the resilience timeline and anything else you want to share, wrapping up our time together.
Like that was badass. So, deep, yeah, that was good. And it brought up my relationship with my sister, you know, an addictive relationship, you know, like who assumes the roles? The roles are very different now, right? In an addiction, dysfunctional home, and you know, my sister did have to become the mom at some point. And whether you want to just keep being sister, it's, you know, your younger siblings see you like that person. So I think you did a wonderful job. I think the fact that, you know, your sister's made a decision and you, at least you're where you're at today to be able to be there for her today, right? So I just thought you did a fantastic, I thought it was great.
I just want to say we all it's amazing the resilience that we've all shown in our stories.
Surprised.
I myself, like I just didn't realize how many good things I've had in my like resilient timeline. It's incredible.
So let's see, wait a minute, I think this is
In my early 30s.
What you saw was the building of trust in those very small little groupings. So just that question you asked about building trust, that's part of it. And I think talking about what you feel good about is another way to build trust, not just what you're feeling sad about or broken about, but also what you feel proud about, what you feel you faced and got through. The Lori skipping, which I pointed out, I just loved that. That was after, this was the last thing in a 2-day training that we did for NADEC, who is doing the certificate in RTR sociometrics. But Lori did that social atom, and you saw her talking about something lifting off. And then when we talked about go to where on the resilience timeline you want to stand, she hopped over there. It was so sweet and childlike. So that is, I think the resilience timeline, you know, if you saw that full cut, people were just talking about how important and good it feels to talk about where they feel they have thrived, where they feel proud of themselves, where they feel like there's a survivor's pride that the research of Wolin and Wolin talk about as being one of the key components of resilience, is that people who are resilient tend to feel a survivor's pride, a sense of pride about themselves and what they have gotten through. So all of the things that are part of the model, including the resilience floor check, including the post-traumatic growth floor check, all these various ways of giving people places to talk about how they have thrived. And then another thing you can do in a floor check is if the group is listening to each other talk about that, they can, you could say, walk over to someone who you'd like to get some advice from, put your hand on their shoulder and ask them for some advice, or walk over to someone who you want to say something to, you know, so you can broaden it out in those ways too. And that builds that dyadic trust. It teaches somebody to come out of themselves, reach out and ask or share. And it also puts people into dyads or clusters in another way of making a choice. These are just very easy, simple ways to keep the group sociometry moving and flowing, with just simply by changing questions and changing the prompts and changing what's on the floor and changing the sociometrics themselves, the sociometrics being locograms, spectrograms, floor checks. The other reason I did floor checks is you can see that the locograms and the spectrograms are more here and now oriented. They're just so handy to bring in anywhere in your group processes. The floor checks are more varied. They can be, you know, in the anger floor check, I researched the ways in which anger manifests. For example, a lot of people wouldn't think stonewalling, whining, negativity, that kind of thing are manifestations of anger, while in fact they are. So passive aggression, somebody can get to know their own manifestations, walk over to your go-to, walk over to one that when you're around it, you feel uncomfortable. That you just keep creating more and more moments to share. And if you use the floor checks, spectrograms, and locograms, and experiential letter writing, you're in safe territory. I mean, you really are in a situation where people, if they get triggered, have an immediate moment to share. And because it's not a psychodrama, you don't have to bring them in or pull them out of a whole drama. It's not regressive. It's here and now oriented, and it isn't dealing with characters from their lives. So you're really just working with the here and now group dynamics, even though you can ask intergenerational questions. For example, On the floor check, I will sometimes say things like, walk over to a feeling that your family of origin struggled with, that you feel you're importing into your current life, or just walk over to a feeling your family of origin struggled with. Walk over to a feeling you feel you're reenacting from your past. Walk over to a symptom you feel like you're reenacting from your past. These are all ways in which to look at intergenerational dynamics that are pretty non-threatening, but they do, as Steve Porges says, what you've got here, that is movement. The body's continuing to move. The limbic system is continuing to warm up because emotions are stored in the limbic system. It's like when you jog or when you walk with a friend, you just chat, because the limbic system is warmed up. Feelings flow freely. And you're not face to face the whole time. You're kind of looking around and thinking and musing. And these processes have a similar vibe to that. And also there's no coercion in this. Even with psychodrama, people can sometimes feel coerced into going deeper. Coerce is a strong word, but I think you kind of know what I mean, I hope. But floor checks are, as my 10-year-old grandson said when he looked at them, he said, here, basically, you're just saying, come on, have a conversation. You're not telling them what to do. He watched Psychodrama too, and he said, that seems like psychodrama comes with a higher risk. The experiential letter writing doesn't, because that's in the entire control of the protagonist, and it has the framework of a letter. So we don't have to go outside the letter. But once your psychodrama is very open-ended, and you do need to have some trust built for that and some ego strength built for that, although it is a way to continue to build ego strength. But the floor checks and the spectrograms and locograms they're what you do in therapy anyway, but it's easier not to feel on the spot because somebody's staring at you, telling you to come forward with thoughts or with memories you don't really feel you have. You can listen for a while and identify, and then you saw that in the very first floor check. People riffed off of each other. They warmed each other up. And that's what happens so naturally in a group. But it's structured, and the brain likes structure. Again, that's Steve Porges' observation. You have structure, which the brain likes. I love floor checks for that. It's why I designed them that way, because we in our, trauma mind need to know there's a beginning, a middle, and an end. We need to bring that structure back that gets blown apart internally. And these kinds of small sharings that have a beginning, middle, and an end, but you don't have to go on and on. You say it, you share it, you're out of there. Then your job is to listen as other people share without exploding, imploding, running out the door, right? When we've been traumatized, listening is hard too. We get too anxious listening. So floor checks train people to listen, and it's not threatening because you don't have to respond. You just listen. So I have two more videos I'd love to share with you. I think that there's one, let's do the letter writing next, and let me tell you a little bit about it. It's the first letter writing we saw was receiving a letter you wish to have, you wished were sent. Now that is a repair experience, right? This next one is writing a letter you feel you owe someone, essentially, or you would like to write to somebody. And in this one, the letter writer, his dilemma was that he just couldn't believe his children could possibly love him after having been such an addict during their childhood. Now, that's a tough place for everybody to be, because the children are deprived not only of their father when he was in his addiction, but now they're deprived of their father when he's in his shame. and self-blaming. So he can't connect truly in either way. And people have trouble with self-forgiveness, but I like to help people understand that it's best for everybody if you forgive yourself. It's hard, but it's best for everybody. So if you can't do it for yourself, do it for the people you continue to hurt by not forgiving yourself. And not being able to be present or accept the love that's there for you, that they need to give you. Forget whether or not you deserve receiving it. They may need to give it to you and feel it lands somewhere besides in your shame. So this, in this particular letter writing, I did extend it into a role play because this is somebody I've worked with for an extended period. He's more than capable of it, and the group was right there to fill the roles. So you will see in this integrating letter writing with psychodrama, and it is grief work. And I want to tell you one story of how I used this and how you might use it to, if you have, particularly if you work in treatment centers or settings with groups. Of Leonard Bushnell, who does this Real Recovery Film Festival, was in New York City and asked me if I would come and show a little video. So I had this one, and we were in a screening room. So it was dark, and there was supposed to be a big group coming, but they were late. So we were just sort of hanging around thinking, well, this may or may not quite happen. And suddenly in the kind of semi-darkness, all of this group started filing in the back and filling the room. And then we showed this film. And what happened was so moving after that, because we were in, the fact that the room was dark was a kind of gave it almost a safety. It was like being in a theater. It was being in a theater together. But after this was done, so because this was a group that was in treatment together somewhere in an IOP, somebody in the group literally reached into her back pocket, and I remember her saying, "I have me a letter here." And Leonard and I looked at each other, and he said, "Yeah, do that." So we did a role play on the stage. And in this way, it was so moving, and it was so simple because the film had done all of the work of warming the group up. And then what I did, because I knew that they were already in treatment and I assumed they had therapists among them, I just sort of let the group share. And they were better off sharing with each other. They just understood where each other were. And it just went on, and eventually we stopped it. They brought it to a closure, but it could have gone on for days. The sharing became so organic. So that is the power of using film as a warm-up. And Moreno even talked about, I think he called them therapeutic movies in Psychodrama Volume 1, and how he didn't develop that idea particularly. But I think this is a way in which to use film for therapy and for a combination that turns experiential letter writing into a follow-up activity, and then the sharing comes after. So the film is the warm-up. The enactment is the, writing the letter and sharing it. In this case, somebody had one. And then the follow-up is as much sharing as the group is up for, or has time for, or needs to do, or whatever are your parameters. So. Experiential letter writing, and I don't want to interfere with your work, but it's a contained psychodramatic experience that minimizes error, really, because we're using a chair, and either an empty chair or a role player. And then the maneuvers we're using, the techniques are doubling, role reversal, and perhaps interviewing we might do. Just minimizing the techniques and falling on the simple techniques of psychodrama and using them over and over again is a nice way to keep it safe, to keep it simple, to keep it safe. And in psychodrama, I've discovered with trauma, less is more, that what I look for with trauma is engagement. So I would rather not do a form of therapy that asks you to go into a false self or amp it up or any. I'd love to see just what, Helga, what you showed us, that sweet, authentic, genuine moment, to re-engage the frozen self, to re-engage the dissociated self and integrate it, and bring that into the larger self, the context of the larger self. So I without further ado, I don't want to get in the way of the warm-up. Just we'll make the letter reading experiential. So.
And my son and daughter. This letter to Howie and Jennifer. I want so much to be as connected to both of you as I do to your brother Peter. I've come to the realization that it is my feelings of guilt and shame that are preventing me from accomplishing a feeling of closeness with you and your children, my grandchildren. I love you all a great deal, and I am so proud of your accomplishments. I also feel an enormous debt of gratitude to your mother, who did such an amazingly great job of raising you and dealing with me despite the insanity of my addictions. It is now up to me to get over my feelings of shame and guilt, which I feel I have no right to let go of, but I am willing to try, because I've been told that it is what will.
I can barely say this.
I know.
I can barely say this. I just cave in my chest. I don't feel I have any right to let these feelings go. This is my penance.
All right.
This is the least I can do. Correct then if it's wrong.
No, that's the truth.
It's the least I can do. I feel this is my only way of being good at this point, is to know, to be repentant and penitent all the time, and ashamed. If you want to double break, come up and double in one of the, to the protagonist or the protagonist in role reversal.
I don't know what to say. I want to love you. I want you guys to love me. I wasn't perfect. You have my heart. You have my soul. I mean, forgive me for what I didn't do, and can we move on from here?
Does that feel right?
Perfect.
I want to move on.
But I feel like your forgiveness you've given.
Yeah.
I can't forgive myself. Do we need a third
I
chair
have
here?
trouble believing that they forgive me.
Okay,
If I were you, I wouldn't forgive me.
Again, say that again.
If I were you, I wouldn't forgive me.
Okay, so do we need a third chair about the part of yourself you can't forgive? Because that part is sitting right in between the children. Would don't use it if it's not right for you. I'm just reading it from what you're saying.
I think that's it.
But only if it's right for you. It's your drama.
I'm just realizing that that's what's in between them.
Okay. So kids? So let's talk to yourself.
When I think of my behaviors as you were growing up, we were close in the beginning. The early years, we had so much fun together. And that was my early addiction. And it was kind of a fun drunk. But then it turned to ugly stuff. I can't see how my children can forgive you for the behaviors that you exhibited.
I feel you have no right to ask for forgiveness or expect it or even want it. Correct that if it's wrong.
No, that's right. That's right. I can't see how anybody would forgive me if I had trouble forgiving my father. It took me a long, long time to forgive my father for his behaviors. Mine were every bit as bad, if not worse.
Reverse roles.
And that's true. I don't believe that Howie and Jennifer forgive me. I believe more that Howie is forgiving me, but less so that Jennifer is forgiving me. I see she's much more distant than Howie is, and that disturbs me.
Talk to her from this continually writhing in pain role that feels it doesn't deserve forgiveness and is choosing this role over these relationships right now.
I know that hurt you a lot. And I don't know why I did that. You know, I know why I did that. I was addicted. The addiction was more important than anything. And that is so sick. That's what happened. And I'm so sorry. I don't feel like I deserve to be forgiven.
Reverse roles.
Reverse roles.
Reversing this one.
I hurt you and abandoned you, and I don't see how you could forgive me. I understand.
I want to forgive you, Dad, but I'm so lonely. I was your little girl, and you showed so much love towards me in the beginning, and then you were gone. You were gone, you know. Mom would bring us to your house, and you'd be hungover, and I'd clean your apartment, and you just weren't there. Even with you there, you weren't there.
I try to do things for you to take care of you, and it didn't work. And I feel, it's not only I missed you, I feel kind of like I'm a failure.
I didn't realize that. That was what I was doing.
It's up to you, Jennifer. If it feels right to you, pick it up. If it doesn't, let it go. As Jennifer, what do you feel and what do you want to say to this part of your father that can't forgive himself?
Dad, if what you're saying is true, that if you can let go of the feelings of guilt, and that's what I want for you. I want you to be free to go back to loving me the way you did when I was real little.
Say some more, Jennifer. Because when you make it like this, it's still all about you. When you can't forgive yourself, it's still all about you. First it was about you, the drunk guy, and now it's about you, the guy who can't forgive himself. I want it to be about me, about us. So the way you can show penance is to forgive yourself and be somebody for me today.
Part of me being Jennifer feels like Jennifer might come to that realization, but something is blocking her from doing that, you know, and maybe it is my or Dad's behavior that's preventing me.
You're not being Jennifer right now.
I know, it's hard to be Jennifer.
Exactly. But your job right now is to be your daughter, not to be your thoughts about your daughter, your guilty projections that make all of her behavior about you. Your job right now is to be Jennifer.
Dad, all I want is you to go back to being the way you were when I was a little girl. Because you love me so much. I knew you loved me so much. I didn't understand anything after that.
Reverse roles.
I just want you to be like it was when I was little. You loved me so much. That's all I know, and that's...
After that, I didn't understand anything.
After that, I didn't understand anything.
I want that to be that way. You're still my little girl. You're still my little girl.
I just don't feel I have any right to your love from here. Correct that if it's wrong.
No, that's right. I don't feel like I have the right.
And from here, I can't see that if I think this over and over again, I deprive you of him. I deprive you of what
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
That would be sinning twice. That would be.
I feel so bad about what I did that I can't forgive myself, but I'm gonna try. For you, I will try. If that's what you want, I will do it. If that's what it takes, I'll do anything.
Even something so horrible from here is forgive myself.
It means forgiving myself.
And it feels hopeful.
Yeah, it feels hopeful. This feels right. This feels right. This is a realization from me that I've been holding on to the guilt and the shame, and that's preventing us from reconciling.
See, this part of me is taking revenge on you too, and I don't want to do that.
Oh, I certainly don't want to take revenge on you.
No.
So I just want to love you, that's all. You can love me in return. That's great.
Things you need to say to this part of yourself for now?
I'm with you. Do it.
Anything else you need to read, or are we finished?
No, the last sentence that I did read is that I feel I have no right to let go of you, but I am willing to try, and I have, as I have been told, that this is what will advance my desire to feel closer to both of you.
Well, we just filled in the Okay. So that is lovely, lovely hearts and celebration. And that is how I do, one of the ways I use psychodrama for grief work. Everybody's understanding it and feeling it. Thank you. It is the warmest, sweetest thing to know you're all there. There is nothing better than psychodrama for grief work. You can talk to the message on a recorder in the voice you'll never hear again. You can talk to the part of yourself that is frozen at the time of loss and can't feel anymore. You can talk to the person you have lost. You can talk to the part of yourself you lost. You can talk to, if it's addiction, both parents, the one father who was the drunk and the sober. You can concretize and embody anything that you need to work through. But saying what you need to say is so much a part of grief work. And I think I have a minute. I can tell you a story of, I did a book a long time ago on grief, and it was impossible. It did get published eventually, but I have never gotten so many sweet refusal letters. Maybe it was 25 years ago or something like it was pre-internet, it was pre all that. And nobody, the research showed no one bought books with grief in the title. Grief at the time was considered something that only happened at death. But what I was seeing in the work I was doing with people was that they had to go through a grieving process. In the addictions field, for sure, of the life they had lost, the childhood they had lost, the parent they lost, the part of their parent they lost, the safe family they lost. All the losses that surround addiction have got to be grieved for a family to be able to comfortably be together again. So I have long felt very strongly about the beauty and the power of grief work. And it is also joy work because it's when you can get to that and let it go and move through it, the feeling that is left is so much kind of relief and joy and appreciation of the moment and what you still have. So that this needs to be done in order to keep what you can still have. And also, if you get through grief work, it's a step up in togetherness. It's a building thing of trust. And it is a building of it also just kind of a trust in life. So we're going to take our next break in 10 minutes. And if there are any questions relative to this grief work, please ask them, because it's really important work in terms of grief in adult children of relational trauma. So please just ask any question that occurs to you. Don't worry if it's the right question. Ryan?
I'm here.
Coming in at around on the grief subject, I think it's one to mine if we can.
Yeah, I'll dig around to see they're coming in toward the bottom of the list, but maybe one to start with as I hunt. I've seen a few that are kind of this nature, but people kind of getting tearful themselves,
yes,
weeping themselves, struggling a little bit as people are sharing these stories and going through this process, and it's emotional for them. Just watching, how do you handle this level of emotion when you're in? Any suggestions for how we do this when we're in the work and when we're just watching it? It makes us want to cry.
I'm so glad you brought that up. I would have earlier suggested you do a social item during the break or write a letter yourself and have the experience, and you can read it to an empty chair. Just having the experience of writing a letter and sharing it with someone you trust. I mean, make sure it's trusting, and it's not a letter to send. These are letters for personal healing only. I would use some time, because today is, it's not a regular day of information. It's a day of information integrated into a method that is evocative. And I think today what you're telling me and what I have found over and over again and feel we're just at the beginning of is how to use film as part of the therapeutic process, because you see what is happening in you just as a result of witnessing other people's dramas. Now, this happens in movie theaters all over the country, right? It's why, but to use psychodrama and create films and then use them therapeutically, and you are most welcome to use these therapeutically if you like, I think brings in, I think we're talking about two new ways of doing therapy today. One is floor checks, in which the role of the therapist is greatly reduced and the role of the group members to access each other is greatly enhanced. That's what floor checks are all about. And if you watched a series of floor checks, they just go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And the other is how to use film as a part of the therapeutic process. The reason I feel so happy about these kinds of things is because if you have something you feel wonderful about and strongly about, and I have spent so very many years testing this material out, and believe me, it works from shore to shore, and it works the same from shore to shore. Floor checks do. I feel very happy leaving it as behind me. And I think film may be similar. We have a lot of people we need to help out there. There are a lot of people who need help. We need to think outside of the box because we don't have enough trained clinicians to help everybody one person at a time. We also need these group models, and these models, we need to think of therapy differently and how we can employ what a delivery system looks like that is different for the times we're in. And I think floor checks and sociometrics and film can be part of a different way, the combination, and all of these can work together. And I just told you about how they did work together in that one instance, but they can work together that way over and over again. They can work together that way virtually in an IOP. They can, I mean, you could show this film in an IOP, start the group, have everybody write a letter, share it with each other. If it's a really large group, go into breakout rooms and share the letters in breakout rooms, come back, lots of time for sharing the rest of the feelings so that you can come back together as a group. You can do it in a treatment center, show the film, have everybody write letters, do it experiential letter writing, the way we've shown you today. And then lots of time for group sharing after that. Very, very simple, but very deep. Any other questions?
Oh yeah, there's a lot, and the way that my screen moves is as you all graciously ask more questions, the screen moves, and so I'm trying to take notes for myself. So where we'll start is one that again is maybe a conglomeration of a few questions that have come up. Where can I go for this kind of work myself? I would, so in some version of this will come up, where do I go to find, people who are highly trained in this work? Where do I go if I want to become more highly trained in this work? Is there a list of people who've gone through these things? Where do I go if I want this for myself? All of those kind of grouped into one answer, I suppose.
Okay, I've got answers for all of them, and that's perfect because that'll get us right to the 15 mark. Write down asgpp.org, write down Psychodrama Board of Examiners, and go to your last slide or something like that in this presentation. Write down rtr-sociometrics.com. Actually, start there. Because I've developed this website that will show you all of this again in an orderly fashion so that you'll make sense of it all over again. I've partnered with NADAC, National Association for Drug and Addiction Counselors, to create a certificate. That one is pretty straightforward to get. And if you go to that NADAC site, and click on the video, and there are two places that say, how do you get a certificate? And it will just take you to the NADAC site and you'll see the steps you go through. You can, I don't know if I should say you can email me, but join my mailing list, because I will tell you everything I'm doing on tiandayton.com. And if, you can contact me if you can't find what you're looking for. But first, please go to the sociometrics website that I've created with all the information, and to learn how to get a certificate. And also, if you want to now, if you get a certificate, you will automatically do this work, because you have to do a 2-day training yourself during which you do this kind of work. These are trainings, and you will have more days that you need to get training. And this is what training looks like. So that the beauty of doing this kind of training is you are doing your own work and learning how to do this with others. And you can find trained people through NADAC and just go into that training and get the certificate and get your training that way and your certificate at the same time. It's just a great system, I think. And ASGPP and Psychodrama also we have a list on NADAC of trainers that we can send you to, and ASGPP has a list. We have the handpicked trainers on NADAC who know this model the best. And the people in the Psychodrama are trained in Psychodrama, but not necessarily this model, but could do it. But they would train you in Psychodrama. If you want training in sociometrics, it's the NADAC click on rtrsociometrics.com, rtr-sociometrics.com. So, shall we take our break till the half hour and come back in 15 minutes? And then we will see one more video. This one is a very moving one I call it Conversations That Never Happened. It's another timeline. Okay, see you in 15 minutes. Bye. We're back. I wanted to, before starting our last segment, thank you for being here. I don't want to forget to thank you for spending the day here together with all of us, for your interest and your curiosity and the work you do and the work you, those beautiful parts. Thank you for being here. I am honored to be here with you. And I mean that. I wanted to tell you because I told you how that using film happened for me, and I remember it with the Real Recovery Film Festival. It was the Angelica Theater. So shout out to New York. And so I decided I want to tell you how Floor Check started and how the model started. They're not terribly long stories, but they're important. And everything has the sort of oddest nascence. I have a training group. I mean, I have a few training groups, but this one in particular in the 80s, one of my, I love this trainee, came and he was crestfallen. He was just ill because New York State had slashed budgets. And he had gone from having a reasonable amount of clients to help to having groups of 30 and 35. And they were basically just saying, okay, here they are, give them therapy. And he was just sick. And this guy was a devoted, he's a Latino man, and he was absolutely devoted to his population in a way that was so heartfelt and such a healer. So to watch him consider leaving the field because he couldn't figure out how to handle this would just made me sick inside. And I went home thinking if anyone should be able to solve this, it should be a sociometrist, psychodrama, sociometry, group psychotherapy. How can I use the tenets of sociometry in order to help this man? And, locograms aren't enough, spectrograms aren't enough. They have a too quick in and out. And I went home and what I thought was, what if there were more possibilities of something on the floor? And that's as far as I got. And I don't know if you remember in the 80s, everybody used to do all these feeling checks. People would go, happy, glad, worried, whatever. And I had just gotten sick of doing feeling checks. So I thought, well, hit two birds with one stone. I'll just put a bunch of feelings on pieces of paper. And I grabbed a stack. And that was sort of how many I put. And I thought of feelings and I left one other and I brought a few blanks so the group could write them in. And I put them around the floor. And then I just thought I'll just ask some questions. And I started with, what are you feeling right now? Instead of a feeling check. And I saw immediately, this already improves this feeling check because they are choosing, they are taking their time, they're choosing, and they're not pressured to come up with a feeling and this kind of fake feeling sometimes because it's their turn. So immediately they're becoming contemplative and wandering around and choosing, all about choice. And they started choosing feelings and then they started sharing. And pretty soon I just stepped back and got lost in the magic and started saying things like, what feelings do you want to ask? And I watched the group, and the cardinal sin, if you're as a psychodramatist, is not to be spontaneous. But I watched everybody being so spontaneous. They were absolutely spontaneous. So there was no loss of spontaneity. They were being more creative than ever because they were thinking of the questions. They were talking to each other. The process really created itself once I put all of those things on the floor. And I didn't tell anybody who was a trained psychodramatist because I thought they'd think, oh, she's really, going off the deep end here and trying to make everything canned and controlled. And I wasn't. I was just trying to help. And then I was also working with, anger was always coming up. Forgiveness was always coming up. Trauma symptoms were always coming up. So it doesn't, if you talk a group through symptoms, they kind of shut down or they get overwhelmed or they don't want to hear anymore. But if you put them on the floor and give them a choice, and just saying, you don't have to identify with any of these, but if you happen to, walk over and share how you do. And that way, no longer were you standing at a chalkboard saying, giving case examples of how things manifest. People were doing their own spontaneous case examples. They were saying, this really comes up for me, and how and why. And so other people could listen and identify or not identify. So this process grew by itself. And then it started to circulate among psychodramatists, and I started to hear that they were using it and loved using it. So that's how this happened, And then Velvet Mangan, who owned, I think this is another maybe 20 years ago, Safe Harbor in California, she owned all of those, wanted me. I worked with her and she loved the trauma work and it helped her so much. She felt that she wanted to build a treatment center for her girls. She loved the women she worked with. She built a little treatment center and she wanted me to create a model to go in it and to come out and train her staff 4 or 5 times a year. But I lived in New York. I had little children then, and there was no way I could see myself going out 4 to 5 times a year. So I thought, I have got to come up with something that is easy to execute, trainable. And I just sat myself down for months that year. And I kept seeing an ATM machine when those were the big thing, a way to get cash. I guess they still are, but they didn't exist before that. So I kept trying to, it was like combing the tail of a horse. I kept combing the material to pull out the burrs and to simplify it, to get it to work for anyone. And one of the big ways to get it to work for anyone, there were 2 big influences. One was to go with Moreno's dictum, in a group, each person becomes the treatment agent for the other. So I kept creating ways, more and more ways that people could connect with each other. And you see it on all the work we're doing, whether it's on a timeline or through the floor check or, adding Moreno's spectrogram and locogram. And the other was Maria Montessori. Eons ago in my 20s, I studied to be I was a Montessori teacher and I started a school. And Montessori's big thing is the prepared environment. Montessori worked with these large groups of children and they taught each other. I love that about a Montessori classroom. And she prepared the environment and she saw the role of the teacher to be a catalyst between the child and the prepared environment. So I imitated that and made my prepared environment floor checks. They became my prepared environment. And I've always used the steps for my work. I broke everything down into steps the way Montessori did. And then it created this approach that people could learn very easily. And that's how this all came to be. So that's why it really is an approach that is easy to do. And because I have been doing conferences in most of my career, I would tested the material in every state of the union. And I couldn't believe it. It worked the same everywhere. And at first I thought it's got to fall apart sooner or later, but it didn't. It just kept working the same, no matter the group, no matter the population, and no matter the state. So that's the story on that. We have one more video I'd like to show. It's on the longer side, but we have plenty of time for it. But you are all, I'm wondering if, I'm not able to interact with you So maybe giving you the time to write a letter, or yeah, maybe this isn't the moment to do that, but I would encourage you to, if you have the workbook, you can do it easily because all of the things are set up. But if you're sitting at home, you can do letter writing and you can do a timeline just on your own and find a safe space to share it. That is, it's amazing how much comes forward in a timeline. And I kind of want to walk you through my thinking behind that. What people gain out of a timeline, initially when I was doing trauma timelines, they have been taken all over the place. They've been done over the telephone. They've been done in prison systems. They've been done in treatment everywhere. I go on YouTube and I find the trauma timeline. I mean, I finally did the book Sociometrics just to brand and consolidate this as a group, because it was being metabolized all over the place in other models, and it just would show up all over the place. And I wanted people to know that I had developed it, how I developed it, and why I developed it, and what material I was working from, and what the influences are in this work, because they are all, there are 20 years of research, 30 years of research integrated into this work. What people notice on the timeline most often is, wow, this started here, but it kept repeating itself. It happened when I was 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, but I have been living as if it's still happening, even though the main part of my trauma was contained within these years. It has felt as if it never stopped. Now that's a trauma that remains unresolved. And then it just grows like yeast and repeats itself. And we draw the experiences towards us that we most fear because we haven't made them conscious and worked through them. Another awareness people often had is this time in my life was relatively free of trauma, but I didn't know it. And I couldn't feel it or enjoy it because I was so tensed up and hypervigilant from the previous trauma. So I couldn't let in the new relationships, or I couldn't ease up and enjoy those years that were relatively free of trauma. Another interesting thing is people would say, I have, after recovery, I still have trauma. I still have things that happen that you might call traumatic, but I don't experience that way because I resolve them as they go along. So I'm not carrying them with me. I can look back at these things that happened that really were difficult, but I brought them to therapy. I brought them to 12-step group. I brought them to friends. I worked them through. I worked them through in my own mind. So once we're really helping people learn a set of, the word tools is not great, but for lack of a better one, we're teaching people how to, all of this you already know, of course, sit with, learn a language, be willing to sit with emotion long enough and take that blind leap of faith into making it conscious. And once you get the hang of it, you can recognize that life is our greatest teacher, and that you can use whatever gets triggered. Because remember, if you were traumatized in relationships, it's relationships that trigger it, generally speaking. Work relationships, any relationships, later families. But if you can learn to use it to rather than project the pain and blame someone else, try to pin it on something or someone outside of you, if you can learn to feel it and process it and sit with it, then beautiful, magical things happen. You can heal it. And speaking personally, if you can learn to do that with your partner, to be curious about yourself and them, you can become closer and grow from these things. Now, not perfectly and not easily, and there'll long periods when you don't or can't or whatever. But if the overall picture is that you can, then you do. And I have seen now 3 generations, 4, including many more actually, my grandmother, my mother, me, my children, my grandchildren, and watched how things move through the generations. And I see how our children in their 40s, how quickly they metabolize these ideas. And where in my generation, going to therapy was something unusual. And, she's going to, it was not so, it became cool. It became cool, but it didn't start out cool. And certainly in my mother's generation, it was the odd one who went to therapy, or the person someone whispered about. With our children's generation, they think it's stupid not to go to therapy. They use therapy entirely differently. When they need it, they come in, they come out. My generation used it as a lifestyle. Our children's generation use it as part of their support network, part of their intelligent support network. So we naturally need to develop different therapeutic approaches to accommodate these different therapeutic needs. And that is happening organically. Now we have this menu of options, EMDR, somatic experiencing, polyvagal theory, sociometrics, psychodrama weeks, psychodrama weekends, treatment. I'm trying to think of what I'm forgetting, but there are DBT. There are so many to choose from, and one may be right for this time, and one may be, for the same person, many things can be right. And things integrate, as I've been talking about. Psychodrama is very integratable in with other forms of therapy. So I think that we are in an exciting moment for developing new approaches to therapy, and that the younger generation is really leading that charge organically and using therapy differently. And when my generation kind of got a PhD and specialized, I see often in our children's generation a master's and then 2 or 3 specialties beyond that, 2 or 3, some psychodrama, sociometrics, maybe certificate, and an EMDR certificate, and a DBT certificate, and that kind of thing. Things are changing, and I think that's a good thing. So let's look at this next film. I'll introduce it, and then we'll do some more visiting and questions and so on. This next film is, again, a timeline, and it's in another group. These, I have changed ages, I'm sure, as you've noticed in these, I've been doing filming for a long time. I don't even have the ones where I look like very different. But this one was, well, you'll see, conversations that never happened. Oh, let me make sure I'm doing the right thing.
Yeah, you're gonna need to share your screen again, and then.
Oh, I get you. Okay. Let's see where we pop in. I'm just going to check on this to see what it is. Yeah, we're right in the right place. Wow. Okay. I would love to pause and teach along that, but because I don't dare, I'm going to take notes and go over the notes later on when we're done. So see you on the other side. Oh, wait, there we go. Okay, so Wayne, where do you want to talk to yourself? Where along the?
I think the conversation that I needed to have was when I was 15, 16.
Okay, so who could play yourself as a 15 or 16-year-old? What do you want to say to yourself?
You're really terrified of being who what you think you might be. And you don't know what to do.
He's talking to himself at 14.
You're afraid that you're not going to be loved. And you're afraid that you could die if you express that love. And you're afraid of being rejected. And you know what? You don't have to be afraid. You can stand up. You can stand up tall. You know that you're loved. You know that you're loved. Okay.
Reverse roles. Just last line.
You can be loved.
Oh, but I just don't want to deal with. I just don't want to deal with what people are gonna say or do. I just want people to treat me the way that they always have. I don't want to be treated any differently.
Tell the adult self what's in your heart, what you're afraid of.
I'm afraid that that you're not going to love me, and that I'm going to die because I'm going to get AIDS, and that God's going to send me to hell because I'm sick.
So may I interview you? As a 16-year-old, why would God want to send you to hell, Wayne? What's going on that you're so worried about?
Oh, because all my family, and the people at church, and that's what they're telling me.
Well, why are they doing that? I mean, what is it about you that they're trying to?
Oh, it's not me.
Oh.
It's them. Those gays.
Oh.
And I don't want to be that. I don't want to be thought of like as in that way. It's that in that sinful, dirty person that I'm not. I'm not that. I don't feel that way.
So tell yourself that.
I'm not that. I'm not dirty. I'm not sinful. I'm a loving person.
Reverse roles.
I'm not dirty or sinful. I'm a loving person.
That's right. That's right. You are. You are. And you're loved. And you're accepted. and you don't have to be afraid, but you do need to know how to protect yourself. And I know you don't want to talk about that, you don't want to think about that, you don't want to know what you might need to do in order to avoid some of these things that could happen if you're not careful. But we need to have that conversation.
So, do you want to have it now?
Do you want to have that conversation?
Reverse roles.
Do you want to have that conversation?
Oh, no. I don't know. I don't want to.
Tell yourself why.
It's just embarrassing. I'm embarrassed
About?
Thinking about that and talking about that, sex. That conversation, we don't have that conversation.
Again.
We don't have that, we don't talk about that in this family.
No matter what sexuality you
That's
have.
it, no matter what. And if you're on the other side, well, I don't even want to know about it.
Keep going.
I don't like it, when you talk about how much you disapprove, and you say that I feel like I'm talking to my mother, but I know
Do you want to?
I'm talking to my adult self.
Are you talking to your mother or to the mother that lives inside of you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you help me out? What I was just going on this.
I don't want a group. What were we?
You're on the other side. You're on the other side.
Yeah, like, you don't even want to hear about people in the world who come out of the closet, let alone your own child. God forbid I would have to put you through that.
Are you talking to mom now? Do you want to talk to mom? Do you want to?
Yeah.
Okay, look around the room.
Oh.
Reverse roles and show us mom, where she is and how she's standing.
She's standing. She wants to understand.
So I want to understand.
I want to understand, but I'm so stuck in my own repression. I'm so unfulfilled.
Would mom know that? To say that?
No.
Okay, so that would be mom's double.
Okay.
Let's look at the mom that created this fear of talking to her. Let's look at the mom you had.
What's hard is there was so much love.
Mm-hmm. So show us.
Honey, I just, I love you so much, and I'm so proud of you, and you've given me so much meaning to my life, and I love every minute that we have together.
Reverse roles.
Honey, I love you so much. I'm so proud of you. You bring so much meaning to my life.
I just don't want to do anything to change that. I don't want to disappoint you. I want to stay on that pedestal. So I'm just going to just be the person that I think that you want to see. You know, I won't let you know the real me because I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it.
So do we need to see the real you? Do you want to ask someone to play the real you? That's the adult you.
Well, I'd like the adult to speak for.
The real you?
Well, I feel like the adult me this is me.
But we're, in the child, we're dealing with the you that you wanted to hide from mom, right?
And that's this.
That's this. This is the
15
who's
hiding.
Who's hiding. So let's break that out so that you can be less fused with it and choose someone to play the part of you that you're hiding, so it doesn't feel like all of you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's just a part. It's not everything about you.
Who's part of me that's hiding? You've got to separate. You've got to put one face on to meet the world, and you've got to be. If you want to have your fun, you got to make sure that you do it in a way that nobody is going to find out.
I stay hidden at all costs. This is hurting me. This is hurting me to stay in hiding. This is costing me to stay in hiding. It's hurting.
I can't live like this. I can't live like this.
Again.
I can't live like this.
Again.
I can't live like this.
Again.
I'm one person, not two people, not three people, not one in the dark and one in the light. I'm one. I'm one person. So you need to get with it.
Reverse roles.
I'm one person. So you need to get with it. I just feel like a big baby. You know, I'm so scared. Why do I care so much what people think about me?
All my life I've cared about what people think. These are the people who raised me. These are the people who gave me a sense of who I was. And now I feel like I'm violating their sense of me. Of course I care. It's natural to care. This much. It's natural to care this much. Correct that if it's wrong. Or put it in your own words. Don't worry if it's not right. But if it's right.
I do care, I do care, and I respect the opinions of my family who showed me so much love and acceptance.
I love these people. I need their love.
I don't know why I didn't trust that that they were big enough to overcome the truth of me. And the shame on me for not giving them the opportunity to become bigger. Like I feel like I robbed them of the opportunity to open their hearts even more. because I was afraid of I was afraid and I don't want to be afraid.
Wayne, could you introduce this part of yourself to your mother?
Mom. This is Wayne. And Wayne's gay. Wayne loves other men. He wants to sleep in the same bed with other men. He feels the same way about men that you feel about men. And the need for you to understand that and to not judge it. When you do that, when you try to do that,
Reverse roles.
Mom, Wayne does love other men, and I need you to understand that. Can you do that?
well, I think it's I'm disappointed. But I love you so much. Of course.
I
What
wouldn't.
about my grandchildren, Wayne? I really need that.
Reverse roles.
What about my grandchildren, Wayne? I really need that.
Well, you can have that. You can have that. You can have that.
Reverse roles.
You can have that. You can have that.
Oh, but I don't want to have to deal with all those ladies at the club. What am I going to tell the euchre ladies? Well, I'll have to figure something out. Just do a lot of prayer. I have to do a lot of prayer, honey. But I'm glad that you told me.
Tell him why, Mom.
Because you're a part of me. And I want to know you. I know you. Oh, I love you so much. Now I know all those cute boys coming over to the house. Well, they have good taste. Oh, I can't believe this. Oh, God. Oh, God. I guess I knew all along. It's gonna be okay. Welcome to the family. you better get ready for church.
Reverse roles. Say the last things you want to say.
Well, you better get ready for church.
So just
All right.
say the last thing to mom, the last thing to the part of yourself that's no longer in hiding.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you. I love you. I miss you. And we can have a real life now.
Again.
We can have a real life.
And to your adult self.
Thank you for getting sober. Because you can help me now. You're a good man.
Again.
You're a good man.
Tell him again.
You are a good man.
Reverse roles. Say the last things you want to say from your adult self to your adolescent self.
You're a good man. Thank you. You know, you're a good boy. And I want you to hold on to that goodness. Carry it with you all through the rest of your life. You'll never lose that joy. Hold that wonder. And that love. Feel it. Don't ever stop feeling it. Hey. Keep it real.
Conversations that didn't happen in childhood. We're going to do a little sharing with Wayne. And again, keep your sharing, if you would, just succinct and from the heart straight to Wayne. It's what your drama warmed up for me from my own life. It's not feedback, it's sharing from your own heart. And de-roll.
Mom, I can't imagine. It was nice to know that you knew how much your mom loved you, and that the cognitive part of you was like, my family loves me, but to not know it. And I always just try to, you know, with my own kids, I always felt as if I could be there for them. And that's all I could do, was I'm here. And even now, I'm here for them, but I'm still scared that they don't know it, or they don't trust me completely, or that there's still something there. So just on a daily basis, all I can do is be reminded that there's only so much that I can do. And it kind of keeps me okay. And every once in a while, I take a chance and I put myself really out there for them, and they calm me down. They're like, we know, back off, you know. But I don't think I'm ever going to stop doing that. And stuff like this helps me feel like it's okay to still be the mom forever.
Straight to Wayne, straight to Wayne.
It's
straight to
okay
our
for me to
protagonist.
keep being the mom to my kids, even though they're almost in their 30s, you know, and I don't have to, even though they tell me, don't be so sob already, I'm not gonna stop. Because I know that they have their stuff. So I'm not gonna stop still being the mom. So thanks for reinforcing that for me. Thank you very much for all your sharing.
Wayne, it was very powerful for me. I had to keep a lot of secrets in my childhood. I was sexually abused by my best friend for years, and I had nobody to talk to about it. And it was so shameful and confusing to me, but I just couldn't bring, I just didn't feel like I could talk to my mother or my father. And I kept that secret until I was in my 20s, where I told my wife. But it really had tremendous effect on a split in me, and a dissociation in terms of becoming hypersexual and thinking that I would get what I didn't get from my mother as a youngster from other women's bodies. And it screwed me up big time. But I really needed to talk to my mother or my father and ask for help to stop this thing that was going on, but I just couldn't do it. And I didn't do it. So thank you for the courage you had to share, that conflict that you had that I know it was very painful. I heard it, and I felt that.
For sharing that. When you said, welcome to the family, I was really moved by that. I had felt very different from the rest of my family as a child, very not accepted, and just to see just to see that kind of self-acceptance and the welcoming again just really moved me, and I really loved that. Thank you.
Hey Wayne, great work. I was particularly moved by when you said that you're not two people. You're one person. I'm thinking about my own process of wanting to be integrated, to show up with integrity. It was great to see that this is the process, that there was healing going on. It wasn't like demanding that this kid, be able to be an adult when it was a kid, that you're actually bridging that gap and reaching back and giving. I was just touched by how much it means, how much it means to me, and how much it meant to you at this age to be doing this work now, today. And it's clear that it's going to have some impact, that it's had some impact on your life. And we had a conversation this morning, about this, and as an African American, you're thinking about being two people, being one way in my community and being another way in the greater society. And I've been coming into this place in my own life where I'm seeing how much energy is devoted, how much energy I'm being utilizing, and then doing this work and really seeing. It's one thing for people to say, like, we're human beings, but it's another thing to really experience it, what human beings experience. And doing this work, these trauma timelines as well, really seeing that people, it's not black or white, people, human beings experience trauma, and that's something we all have in common, and we need healing, and it's beautiful work. Thank you.
Wayne, I really identified with quite a few things, but I never realized that I didn't even have anybody to talk to about any of my thinking about sex from age 5 beyond. I felt like I was living with a couple of health ed teachers, and they didn't present like, you can talk to me about these things. But sex has something to do with intimacy. So I was feeling kind of isolated while you were sharing some of that.
If you, could you say from that isolated place, could you just share with him?
I just started feeling really lonely because, it never occurred to me, really. Well, it sort of has occurred to me over the years, but what didn't occur to me is that I'm still craving that. I'm still craving to have a conversation with my father about normal sex stuff. And he was never available for that. He just was completely clueless. I always excused him. He had no father, so I just excused him from that. I excuse him. He's incapable.
Can you tell Wayne what you might have said to him?
I would have just asked him a lot of questions. I would have asked him about, what's it like? What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to feel embarrassed? Am I supposed to, react certain ways? There was no one to go to except my idiot brother and dumb friends, You just don't, So all of a sudden I realized I didn't have an adult, and I kind of wanted one. And that stuff is carried through in my relationships, really to the present.
Can you tell him how?
Communication, I think I learned that I'm not allowed to communicate about sex. You don't talk about sex. It's something you do, and then it's a secret, and then you walk away from it. So talking about sex was just something you just don't do.
Okay. So they've made a few notes. You've been here during this, I see by your responses. So lovely. Sharing, standing in the role of another person. Wayne standing in the role of his mother. One note I can't read. I still can't read it. Standing in the role of someone else is so freeing. I alluded to it earlier, that we internalize, a dyad. We internalize the relational dynamic, not just the person, the relational dynamic. We learn how to relate in our homes, with our primary attachment figures. So we internalize both sides of the dynamic. And that's how we pass it on, and that's how we recreate it. We either are the daughter that becomes the mother, and becomes the mother like the mother we had, or the father we had, or the opposite of that. So things are learned in relationship, and they were repeated in the relationship, and we choose people with whom we can, in my mind, see deeper parts of ourselves. And I think one of the sad things that happens with trauma and addiction is we sometimes choose the parts that are unconscious, and they're unconscious because they hurt us the most. So we can sometimes make a choice in a partner that holds the qualities of the part of the parent that hurt us the most, that we could never look at. Now, that is either a recipe for disaster or it's a recipe for healing, or some of both. If it can be a recipe for healing, if we can, as Wayne said, become bigger, then that's what life is all about. So having the opportunity to, through surrogates, in a synthesized world, meet these parts of ourselves and these relational dynamics and stand through the power of role reversal in both sides of the dynamic repeatedly over and over again. We can make what went on not just in one or the other, but in the space in between more conscious. So we can learn about ourselves and why we choose what we choose and why we've become what we've become and why we do what we do. And then we can begin to do, undo, and redo. Then we can begin to make changes that are meaningful in our lives. The other thing you saw here, and the catharsis, before I move on, Wayne's catharsis was in both roles. He had a catharsis in the role of himself as a 16-year-old and in his mother's role. So that is what happens with children. Children know their parents better than any people in the world. My children know me inside out. They understand me. They tell me things about me. I hear them, and my whole body hears them. I remember one time I had swallowed 2 of those large vitamins, and I was sort of choking. And we were within a family setting, so family members were kind of rushing around and hitting my back and trying to do all these things. And then my son walked in the room, and this went on for several minutes. I'm coughing and everybody's trying and nothing's happening. And my son walked in the room and he said, Mom, you're fine. It's all fine. You're just scared. Just relax, just breathe, and it'll be fine. And just hearing his voice, I swallowed the pills because we're part of each other's bodies. Truly. And my daughter is the same way. The things she tells me about me are just funny. They're so accurate. So the catharsis that Wayne had in the role of his mother is a very real side of the dyadic that he has internalized and needs to experience both roles in order for a fuller healing to happen. Role reversal is the sine qua non of psychodrama. Zerke used to say that without which you are not seeing true psychodrama. It's remarkable. And there is no other therapy that uses role reversal. So the sharing in this, you could see how rich it was and how long it can go on. And it did. I mean, I just showed enough of it so you could get a sense of that, but there was much more. The more sharing, the less people walk out carrying something. And I think what you could also see is how the group members can use another person's drama to mine their own lives. And sometimes it is actually easier to feel in the witness role than in a protagonist role or a role player role. There's something very freeing about seeing yourself on stage and identifying and just what fits, what doesn't, and feeling moved and warmed up to your own life without having to actually confront the characters in your own life. So there is no place from which psychodrama isn't a group process. Everybody is working all the time. And I want to tell one story from eons ago that's always stuck with me. I was in Norfolk working with the Navy that was stationed, there. And the person who had hired me, there was one woman there. This was a group of 10 or 12 people for a weekend. One of the people was sitting by the door with her back to the wall the entire time, frozen. She just couldn't move. And the person who hired me said, "What are we going to do with her? We have to do something to get her away from the wall." And looking at her, she was so frozen and so frightened that it was my intuition just to let her be there and be in the room, because she looked like she was working so very hard just to be in the room, and she was sitting by the door. And at the end of 2 or 2.5 days or 3, whatever it was, her sharing was just so memorable. She said, this weekend has changed my life. And it took everything I had to stay in the room. I had to sit by the door. But she shared of what had taken place for her that we couldn't see at all, except that we could perceive how frightened she was and how much she needed to have this access to an exit. So you never really know what's going on for sure in somebody else. And the way you find out is just to keep opening the floor for sharing and sharing some more. And then, as Zerka used to do, sharing some more. That's the way your group walks out carrying less conflict and using the sociometry of identification for healing. And they have, they're cleaner. There's less backed up. That said, another thing Zerka always used to say is psychodrama is like yeast. It grows in the mind. So if you've been the protagonist or witnessed or been moved, don't expect it to just go away. It will come back to you and back to you and back to you. And that is part of the healing of psychodrama. It is many layered. So I would like to now open the floor for questions or sharing an observation or that kind of thing. Ryan, there you are. Here we are.
I'm here. Yeah, lots of questions. So we're not going to get to all, but we're going to try to get through.
We've got a good half hour now, right?
We're going to get, there's like 100 backed up in queue. Okay. We'll try to go through as many as we can. Here's somebody asking more the grief related question. So has a client multiple losses? So recent loss of a husband, and then a loss of 15 years ago of a daughter that doesn't seem to ever really been dealt with. Recommendations, where do you start if you're going to do this kind of stuff as far as using the psychodrama techniques? Daughter, husband?
I would go to the loss chart. I don't know what page it's on in treating children of relational trauma, but I find a loss chart that's essentially a map where you put the current loss in the center and jutting lines. And on the jutting lines, you put the losses that it brings up from any other time and just share it. And share it as often as it needs to be. It depends on the setting. Is it one-to-one? Is it treatment? Is it are you in a facility? Are you coming in weekly? There are so many variables as to how to structure it. But I think the loss chart is a unthreatening way to start, because it's really just putting the current loss in the center and seeing what gets warmed up. And then you go where the warm up is. You go where the protagonist leads you. There's no formula of start here, go there. There's just, where are you today? Who do you want to talk to today? What do you want to share today? And if you're lucky enough to be in a group, you can do all these other exercises. And I have a whole chapter on loss, grief and loss in the book. So there may be other things too. It depends on the setting. Are you in a group or a one-to-one?
And some people wondering about.
One other thing, Ryan.
Oh, okay.
I think I have a grief self-test in there too. So that's a good assessment, self-assessment tool. I believe I have that in the book.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Next up, number of questions about session length. So,
Yeah.
so you get these groups and you're kind of mentioning, hey, there's a lot more. This can kind of keep going. Is there like a typical length for running one of these groups? How many sessions are you scheduling with a particular group?
I used to, when I was doing more direct service, make my groups, if I could, 2.5 hours long or 4 hours long, but 4 hours for a training group. My average treatment group was 2 hours and 15 minutes. I found that was enough time to do a full warm-up, a full enactment, and a full sharing. It's not practical for some people. If it's an hour and a half, just keep the work small enough so there is enough time for sharing at the end, so that you don't want to short shrift that sharing. Share longer than you have the enactment. If you use a lot of floor checks, that obfuscates the need for the extensive sharing because you're not entering full psychodrama. So if you use the sociometrics, you might not be going as intensely. You might go pretty deep, but it might not be as intense. So then the shorter length is less of a problem. But whatever, an hour is too little, people still do it. And you can do small things. Just as however you do it, keep enough time for sharing. You want to keep that sharing to an adequate length.
And we had a number of people asking about floor technique online. How do we do this?
You know how people use floor checks online? And I haven't, a lot of people do use this and tell me about it. I haven't used it as much because I'm kind of comfortable with all these various things, but it's fun to put a floor check on a share board and put write them in on the share board however you want to, or the whiteboard or whatever you would call it. And then have people, if it, depending on the group size, if they can each have their own stamp or they write their name, so that you share a prompt and then they write their name and then open the room and share about it online. You can just follow the basic program for floor checks, only prepare the online sheet as if the sheet were the floor, and then offer a way for group members to share. Or everybody can have a color and they can do a little circle, however you're comfortable making it creative, but the using some form of sensorial engagement goes a long way. It's like a similar thing to art therapy if you do that. So if you want to get creative about it, go for it.
Then we had lots of questions about group versus individual work, but somebody asking, is there something about psychodrama being viewed? Is there some kind of meaning when there's others to witness it versus just doing these kind of things on their own?
I see. Psychodrama, the marvelous thing about it is it works a million different ways. That Zerke used to do, and I've done that several times too. if she had an issue, she would just put it in an empty chair. If she had to talk to somebody, she would just do it in her own room. And that works. So that way that's a monodrama. It's only one person participating in the drama at all. If you're doing it in one-to-one, then the witness is the therapist, essentially. And remember that there's always the witness inside the mind. And then you're getting into all the spiritual disciplines and meditation disciplines, ego psychology, strengthening the inner ego, the inner witness. So if that's the witness, that's another witness that we want to strengthen in psychodrama. There's the witness from outside, and then there's the witness from within. Ultimately, the witness from within is probably the most important witness we have. If it's in a medium-sized group, the witness becomes very powerful because it's sort of remarkable to do this deep work and bring these pieces out of hiding that you think will make people want to run out of the room, and have them instead identify and congratulate you for doing good work and being courageous and all of the stuff that you didn't expect usually. That can be a very powerful witness. If it is, as you saw, that group, maybe there were 150 in that group with the first timeline we did with the young woman. She just made so many life changes after that. And I think the powerful witnessing from a group plays a role in that, because I've seen it happen so many times, that when you do something in that kind of a public setting, there's some part of you that just says, I'm going for it and I'm going to forget about people judging me. I'm just going to do it. And you let parts of yourself show, and that's another kind of witnessing. And then remember, all this time you're seeing yourself in action. So you're witnessing yourself exhibiting this very gutsy thing, and also taking the stage. Taking the stage. So, yeah. It's a metaphor for life. You are taking the stage of your own life.
Next up, number of questions kind of about knowing when to have folks switch roles. So it seems like there's nuance and expertise, and that might be more of an advanced thing that's going to come down the line. But anything to say about how you know when you're kind of going through and saying, okay, switch. How do we know the right time to do that?
Yeah. You are right that's a training in and of itself. And it would be fun to just explore all these various ways. But here are the basics. When you ask a direct question, why did you do you? I think you saw Dean, fame. Why did you something or another? Reverse roles. And the thing you want to be as a therapist is have nothing going on in your head, have zero expectations, but be completely present, because otherwise you'll miss it. You'll be in your head and not in the moment, and you'll miss the moment to say it, or you'll say it at the wrong time. And then you lose the drama starts to unravel from the start. When in doubt, leave it out. Zerke used to say, don't make it a ping pong match. Bing, 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 bing. Know why you're reversing roles and when. So if you ask a direct question, if role reversal will move the drama forward in some way. If you feel somebody needs to spend time in the role of another, and then I'm trying to think if we saw that today, someone really staying in the reversed role. I mean, you saw me interview Dion as Fame. He was just hilarious and wonderfully entertaining. But you saw what I did with that. It was so much fun. I was interviewing him as Fame, and because we kind of went with it, Fame, may I ask you a few questions? You may. And then he started going on, well, I'm concerned I'm going to get out of the frame. Can you double for yourself? I liked, so I just went with that that thing that Dion was going with, and then even enhanced it. The frame is yours, the stage is yours. And because he was so in character, he just said, thank you. So funny. But go with it. But then because we could go with that defense, then the next thing was that it became real again. So stay with what the protagonist's doing, and because it's their window that's going to open. You don't know when it's going to open. They probably don't know when it's going to open, but if you just roll with it, it opens. Use reverse roles. Always use the language reverse roles. I think that's good for now. You'll get it takes time, and at the end you mess it up a lot to learn as you learn. But luckily, psychodrama is so wonderful that if you work slowly and trust the process of embodiment, trust the power of concretization and embodiment, and do less. That's how you'll learn.
Then we have some folks just kind of noticing, in group, there'll often be hugs and things like that. So there's of course wonders about how does the consent form for this look. They have clients in this particular case, they're not really comfortable being touched. Is that just clients who might struggle with this kind of work and maybe it's not a great fit for them? What do you do with that situation where it's like, hey, yeah, there might be hugging and those kind of things going on?
I try to empower people to just not hug. I mean, a lot of psychodramatists, in fact, most do the double by putting their hand on somebody's shoulder. I don't do that. I ask people just to stand behind, because the population I work with, the addiction and trauma population, too much difficult touching, sexual touching, all of that kind of thing. So I just ask people not to touch. And the hugging is always a permission. And now that puts somebody they can say maybe they don't feel comfortable saying no, but you have to ask permission. And if they do say yes, they've said yes.
Then again, more kind of group questions.
Good.
What do you do in the situation where maybe a group participant is uncomfortable being called on? Like, can they decline to participate? Does that?
Oh, being called, maybe asked to play a role is maybe what they're saying. Yeah. You make it perfectly clear that you can say no. I always make that clear before we start to choose roles. And any group I work with knows that. You don't have to accept playing a role. You just say pass, maybe another time. If that's the question you're asking.
And maybe to play out that somebody else is asking, is there any significance in letting them pick? Like, they pick who they want to.
A ton of significance. Good for you. It's all based on what Moreno calls tele, or the unconscious telepathic connection between people. And if it's a fun exercise, if you're giving a lecture in a large group, sometimes I do this just to exhibit, to show the tele. Look around, but don't tell, just keep it in your head. Who in the group would you feel comfortable walking down the hall with? Okay. Who in the group, look around, would you feel comfortable having lunch with? Okay. Who in the group would you tell a secret to? Okay. Who in the group would you avoid? Okay. Who in the group could play your mother? Okay. People always know the answers to that, and that is tele. So always let the protagonist choose. And if they choose one and they go, oh, that's not right, then that's fine. Choose again. If they choose 5 and they keep saying it's not right, that's fine. Choose again. If they want 5 people to play their mother, 5 people play their mother. If they want somebody to play their father on a chair, that's what it is, as long as the chair is physically safe. But it is always up to the protagonist, because it is the protagonist's tele that you are following, and it's part of their warm-up, and it's part of what will connect them and give you the good role play that you want. Thanks for the question.
And there's a number of questions about teens and adolescents and maybe younger people. And some people saying, how young have you ever worked with? You know, who's the youngest person you've worked with? But lots around teens and adolescents. And is this usable with those folks?
I've worked with children. You can work with any age group, and you know, the book we're talking about, and this is going with, is the Treating Adult Children with Relational Trauma. But in another book, Sociometrics, on that RTR website, Sociometrics website, there's a whole section of adaptations for teenagers. Adolescents love this. It's great with adolescents. It's a little different, but they love the fact that they can make choices, that they're not being bossed around, that they feel autonomous.
Then people wondering about work with couples. Can you use psychodrama to work with couples who are not just dealing with their past traumas, but is this helpful to work on current things going on?
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Teach couples how to double for each other, how to double for themselves in each other's presence, how to double for each other. I mean, think about it, and how to reverse roles. If those are the only three things you draw from this and give couples, it will change their relationship. Because what happens with couples who are stuck is they cannot reverse roles with each other. They can't stand in the shoes of the other person and feel as that person is feeling. Doubling, I think, is the first, but either one works. But if you can double for your spouse and really get underneath there, and so that your spouse feels understood from the inside by their partner, that's the recipe for a good marriage. We get stuck in our own selves, but especially with partners, you're really connecting all the time. And you know, partners are, even after 50 years for myself, there's a part of your partner who will always be a mystery. They're a mystery to themselves. We live in a mystery. So we'll never figure it all out. We're not meant to figure it all out, but we can deepen and widen our container.
Here's one that I think it's a group, maybe. They say 20 of us want to know the answer to this. There weren't 20 upvotes, but they're together and they're exercising the power of their group. This is the old I don't know. So these folks are all like, hey, you know, when you have the situation, you get the classic, like, I don't know, when I'm posing questions that might facilitate psychodrama. If I said, what would such and such part like to say to, and then they just do that, well, I don't know. What's the best way to respond to that or to get things moving?
Well, make sure there is plenty of warm up before you ever get to that stage, and keep your expectations very, very low. So there's so much warm up. I don't do psychodrama with anybody unless the words are already right up to here. Then it's just saying, so what do you want to say to them? If your mother were in a chair there, if your father were in a chair, if that person were in a chair, what would you say to them? Boo. But I never go in paint by number. We're going to do psychodrama today. I just don't. Some people do. I just don't. I don't think it works. I just do all these warm-ups. And if you never get to psychodrama, don't worry about it. Just do all the warm-ups. You'll get places eventually. But warm up, warm up, warm up, warm up, warm up. Then the other thing is, this is very portable skill, warm up. My daughter told me a few years ago that, I was always telling her, go where it's warm. And she said, I've always used that. I go where it's warm. Go with your warm up. Go where it's warmed up. If you're not warmed up to something, Don't try to force it necessarily. And also learn how to warm up to something. If you need to do something that you have a hard warm up for, and pay attention to your resistance. Sometimes resistance is just resistance. Let it go. But don't put people in a position, if you can help it, where they will feel stumped or coerced or any of that stuff. If you stay away from that and just stick with the floor checks and the locograms, give them lots of choices. Give them, one of the words is stuck in the floor checks. Resistant, know your group, put different words in the floor check. Resentful, coerced, work with your population that way to get under those things.
And kind of sticking with the group's theme, someone wondering about the process of confidentiality when you get a group, similar to other processes of group therapy. Anything in particular? Okay.
What you see here, what you say here, when you leave here, let it stay here. What you hear here.
And here's a timelines one. How do timelines work for people whose trauma has clouded or blocked their memories?
Well, which is most people with trauma. So not to worry about that. Don't be concerned. You can do a zillion timelines. But what the timeline does, and I think you saw it on Caroline's, she mentioned it. I didn't think about all this stuff. There is something about being asked to lay things out in a timeline. Things come up that you didn't expect. And I can guarantee you, if you did a timeline a month, there would be different things coming up on every one, because our lives are full of different experiences. So there's no once and for all in any of this. Just do timelines whenever you feel like it.
And then maybe just a couple of more, but people wondering about working with anger. Any tips for when?
Yes, good tip. One of my best floor checks is the anger floor check. When I started using it, I did the research on just all the manifestations of anger, and people don't know how to break anger down. But I remember one of the first or most effective times I used it was at the men's program at the Meadows, doing a training or some work there. And it just came alive in the most wonderful way. And just keep in mind, it's not you bringing it alive, it's the group. But I did do a very well-researched job of putting in manifestations of anger that covered the waterfront. And it was so much fun. And there was so much relief and laughter and backslapping and hugging. And there was all of this energy bursting all over, just to be given a way to talk about anger and not have it be such a burdensome, shameful subject. And then keep the process moving with a floor check. Keep asking different questions. What form of anger did you have to hide as a kid? What form of anger do you feel a lot of shame around when you do it? What's your go-to form of anger? What form of anger, when you're around it in somebody else, do you have a terrible time? Is there a form of anger you encountered in your family of origin that really hurt you? What form of anger are you the most afraid of in another person? What form of anger do you hide? Just endless questions. And then let the group ask questions that they want to explore. Just keep mining it. And I do an anger map. That used to be that's very popular. I think it's in the book, but if it's not, it's just putting a current anger issue, and then around it, surrounding it, all the other anger stuff it brings up.
And we probably got time for one more. Okay. And it's probably a recap, and it's one people keep asking, and and I think you guys can check the chat for this, but I'll ask it at the end again. More training on psychodrama. Where are those places that we go so that we can, if we want to explore going further with this, what do we do?
RTR-sociometrics.com. It's on your last slide. We can put that in the chat, maybe. ASGPP.org. Psychodrama. Board of Examiners. NADAC, but you'll get to NADAC because NADAC is offering the certificate in RTR sociometrics. So you will get to that going to rtrsociometrics.com. You'll get everything you need to learn in those places. And we do have a list at NADAC of trainers who can train people to do this. And if you have a treatment facility, you want to bring a trainer there and work something out, please contact us. Contact Jessica O'Brien at NADAC. Well, contact probably, I know we have like 25,000 people saying contact me. I'm a little nervous. I don't know quite what to say. Yeah. RTRsociometrics.com should do it. And if not, do not give up and find a way to contact me. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, check the chat. If you're not getting what you need, visiting those websites, reach out. You can reach out to us too, and we'll get more information to make sure.
And I can work with you to gather the information. Yeah.
So that's I'm going to bow out and give you the final word, so you can sign off. And so thanks from my end, and thank you, Tian, for taking the time to do this. It was really
thank you, Ryan.
So I will bow out now, and
so wonderful,
thanks, everybody.
Just wonderful to work with. So we've got, we're at time. I want to thank you all for your time. I know how valuable your time is to you. And I want to tell you how much I appreciate your spending it here today. Oh, look at all those. Oh, I love that. Thank you. Thank you. I feel all of them. This has been an honor to be with you. And until next time, let's do this work together.